All right. Good deal. Good deal. You left me a comment asking if I'll be back this evening. Yeah. I got interrupted with a very, very important phone call. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm going to be on this thing for a minute. So, I just killed the live out and said, okay, forget it. Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you all. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys. What was funny is right when the video was kicking off, I was getting a phone call, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" I had two phone calls actually, but one I had to avoid. I had to avoid that one, but I had to catch the other one. And boy, was it well worth it. Well worth it. Okay, good deal. So, a lot of people have been asking me about what I'm doing with the trucking stuff. I've got to have my med card. I got to get DOT. I got to get a few things. So I've I've got an appointment for next week to get my med card, and then that should be about all I need. I do appreciate. I've been appreciating everybody really. I feel a lot better. I'm actually going to be doing this. It's going to be amazing. I love this. I love this. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh man. So I thought about addressing a few things. Then I thought about it. I'm like, you know what? It ain't even worth it. It's not even worth it. It's not worth my time. It's not worth my time. It's really not. So I'm not going to say anything about it. I'm going to let it be. It is. I'm very happy. Oh my God, I am so happy, guys. If you just see the deal that we landed, it's going to be amazing. Now, I do need to talk to you guys. I do need to talk to you guys about how we're going to do this. Um, and I guess I'm going to leave it up to team members to figure this one out. Thank you. Thank you so much. Look, I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. I do. I am very, very happy. If everybody in the messenger would quit talking to me on Messenger, just talk to me on live. I'd appreciate that. Unless it's Catwoman, she can always talk to me through Messenger because of her job and things. Good deal. And Homelander, guys. It ain't that I'm just happy. It's that I'm doing things. I'm getting things accomplished and getting my life back. I'm going to reverse what all these other YouTubers said about me. One thing at a time, one go at a time. We're going to unfold it. It's easy to unfold because it's fake. It's easy to unfold. So that's what we're going to do. One thing at a time. It's sad that they take things that I said as joking around and they put them as serious. It is what it is. Anybody else can say stuff and do whatever, and they never hold them accountable. They don't hold them accountable. So I'm just going to blow them away. Literally, our content is going to be so extreme they cannot catch up. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Yes, exactly. Oh yeah. Yeah, and again, for the ones coming in right now, I'm sorry about canceling the last live out. It was getting ready to get really super. So I was like, wait a minute. And then I got the phone call that I was waiting for. I actually got an email first. And then I got a phone call. And then I was like, wait a minute, whoa, wait. So and I about missed a phone call. I got an earlier phone call today with a with a that left me a message, and then I got this call. So I can't believe it. Thank you. And I owe it all to my buddy Ryan Burlow. He has got connections, people. He has got some good connections. Thank you so much. So I reached out to Jesse. Jesse, so Jesse done the artwork for a lot of the artwork and a lot of the gun work and the logo. He done the logo design for Terran Tactical. Terran Tactical is the specially made handguns and the weapons that Keanu Reeves used in John Wick. If you look at it, you'll see that Terran Tactical made and they're out there in Vegas too as well. I know those guys. But Jesse is a great guy. Jesse, he actually done the logo for Keanu Reeves's um, special weapons designs and stuff on his weapons. They're Terran Tactical. He done the logo design for all that. So we're reaching out to people. I just want to get one interview done, get this finished. I think the best way to do it um, is the way I said do it, and I like that. I really like that. I like that. I do. I do. My sister has been so helpful, guys. My sister's been helpful. A lot of other people has been kicking in and helping and everything, and I appreciate that. Thank you all. Thank you all. You guys have helped me out a lot. I'm happy, guys. I'm getting a great job. I'm getting to do things with what I want to do. I couldn't ask for nothing better. I couldn't ask for nothing. I'm very thankful. Um, I have a beautiful friend that I'm talking to right now. I like her a lot. She probably don't like me too much, but I do like her. Anyways, thank you. And I know that all this after all these is proved wrong and the people are being proved wrong. I know my followers are going to come back. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all. It's just the fact of the matter is whether or not I accept them back. Thank you. I appreciate that. It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh yeah. So we're gonna do what we can do, and each interview we do we're gonna give it about a week's notice prior. That way we can promote it, and we're probably gonna be doing it on the website. I don't know about doing it on YouTube. I may do it on YouTube, but the way I look at it, I have to pay these guys a little something, so I have to pay them for their time. They're not like me; they don't just do shit for free, and I'm not doing that else for free. Not doing it, especially if it's got me and my money involved. That's where I am. I'm sorry. That's business. That's the way it runs. That's the way it works. And I'm loving talking to these people. I'm loving the connections I've been making. I love it. So I was going to talk to you guys about what you all think about and get your opinion. How we could just turn this thing around. I think there's a few things that I can do. Uh, I just don't know if it'd be worth it. I mean, it'd be worth it, obviously, but I just don't know if it'd be. I just want to do things that a lot of these other YouTubers can't do. They can't do. Um, and I'm just wanting to hear your all's opinion about it. So, what's your opinion, guys? Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess it means a lot to everybody else too as well. I know it. I know it does me. Um, Thank you. I appreciate that. Everybody coming in late. I'm just so happy. I'm very happy. And there's, you know, I'm just happy. I'm very happy, guys. And to say that if I was to say, hey, I'm not happy, I'd be lying because I am happy. I'm very happy. I finally finding closure in my life and able to move around and do things I want to do. I'm very happy. Very happy. Happy. Happy does look good. It does look good. It just feels good to be able to come up here, and I'm very happy. So I had my other appointment, and I thought I was going to be a lot sore than I am, but they cleaned my teeth really, really good, and they're preparing me to, you know, I guess do my surgery for my teeth. I love the way they shine them things up. Thank you, Truth Hurts. I know. Thank you so much. But you know what's so crazy about it is I can't wait to prove all those people wrong. And I'm loving it. And I can see it. It's like the sunshine. It's like before it was like just total cold. And like in a deep, deep pit. And all you could see is just, the abyss. Nothing. And now I can see the sun. I can feel the warmth. I can feel all that. And I know that these people are going to fail. And I don't want to rub it in, but they're going to lose. They're losing. And it just feels so amazing to have my contacts and people back, to have Ryan back, people that was gone, have Howard still, Absher, Cortez, Day Day. It's my brothers. It's my brothers. Delito. It's my brothers. Buck. Love those guys. It's just, after so many years goes by, 6 years, and I haven't seen those guys, and I get that opportunity to work around with those guys again, and it's like, wait a minute. And then Kentucky, me being on probation, of course, kind of puts a little bit of wrench in it, but still offers me a way to be honest with you, where I can make more money than I've ever made. And I'm loving that. I can't beat that. He made 200,000. Yes, I know. You can make up to 350, 60,000 now. All you gotta do is owner operator. And they're hiring all the time. And I mean, like they called me, 2 or 3 people called me today. Like, man, look, we're gonna help you get your CDLs, we're gonna help you get all this, get that med card, give me a call. Come on up. Like, is that easy? Why can't I do this when I was younger? But I wouldn't change nothing in the world. I wouldn't change anything in the world for what I done when I was helping with the Trump administration with human trafficking. I would not. I can't. To be able to see people and see some of the things I got to see, kind of maybe who I am now. is. It is, Lisa. Lisa, thank you. And by the way, Lisa, thank you for what you've done. Thank you. I appreciate that. No matter what these guys can do, whether it's Katie, whether it's Traders, whether it's Nicolina, Jimbo, Bird, I don't even know who, Mama T, Tina, they can't do nothing to me. They had no idea of what they're even dealing with. And now that I know that, it's like I knew it all along, but I've kind of been like, how do I say this to where it's meant? It's how do I say this and where it's really meant to be? And to be able to see people, some people, my friends in New York, you know, Susan, see her, get to see some of the people that I actually really know and that I got to meet when I was, you know, in this big adventure that I was a part of. I love it. I know, sweet and salty, but didn't I tell you that it would happen? I know what's going on. It's called rattling that cage. But the more I look at it now, and then I see it, and I'm like, wait a minute. I keep getting closer and closer and closer. There's always a closure in my head and in my mind that I could have done more. But I got to see the ugly truth about things. I got to witness it. No matter what people can say about me, they can't take that away from me. They can't. People will see the truth sooner or later. And I'm just happy. I'm very, very happy right now. They can't beat me. They can't do nothing with me. As a matter of fact, no matter what they do, no matter what they do, you can only lose. You can only be defeated when you say you're defeated. No one else can tell you, hey, you're defeated. I watched a guy in jail. I watched him get into a fight with a bigger dude. The guy like slaughtered him. He kept getting up, kept on getting up. Every time he got up, he earned the respect of another inmate in that cell. No matter what that guy did to him, he kept getting up, kept fighting. I'm telling him, stay down, stay down. He wouldn't. I was like to myself, I'd seen a bunch of fights in jail every other day. Every day was a fight, pretty much. And just to see how much willpower he had, determination to keep going. I bet he got knocked out. I mean, knocked down probably 5, 6 times. And it was just like you pick yourself up. And it was just like, is it all you got? It's like, what the fuck? After a couple minutes of fighting, big guy seen that he couldn't beat him alone. He called over a couple more of his friends. In Raleigh, when he called him over, And just the look on that guy's face, like, that's what you're going to do to me. Can't beat me. You can't. I ain't going to give up. But you call another couple of your friends over. I remember Brock. We called him. We called Brock the Muscle. He got up, devil dog. He was an old Marine laying over in the. He was laying over in the bottom bunk. Older guy. I called him devil dog. He got up. They looked over at me. I'd already met the guy in the shower, right there at the shower part there. It was funny as hell. I never will forget that. Big guy earned so much respect for me last that night. I'm telling you, it was hilarious in a way, but it was funny, but it wasn't. It was like a lesson. It was kind of a lesson. After that, nobody bothered that guy. Literally, nobody bothered him. When you're in a cell about 16 by 16, and there's 17, 18 other guys in there with you, there's no room to move, no room to do anything at all, guys. You have a 2 foot little walkway, and sometimes there's mats laying there. Guards can't even come in and scan the wall. It's crazy. It is hilarious sometimes, though. You get put in there with God knows who. It's always a revolving door. You'll be sitting there talking to somebody. I'm not coming back here. It's the last damn time I'm coming back here. A week later, there they are back. But them son of a bitch, what'd you get you for? The same damn thing that got me last time for. I was I was thinking to myself like, guys, come on, man. Thank you, sweet and salty. I appreciate that. But no, maybe later. Maybe later. I just got so much stuff to do right now. I was laughing my ass off a few times. It was crazy. Am I describing a movie? No, I'm describing my life and what I went through with Madison County. Madison County, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, was crazy as hell. Three Forks was easy. Three Forks was better. I mean, it was a lot of fights and stuff. Three Forks too, but not as much as Madison. Uh, Madison was a son of a bitch. Um, Three Forks is, we had room to wrestle and move around and stuff. Madison sucked. I was in Madison for 4.5 months. Like, wow, 4.5 months, and then they moved me for a month over to Three Forks, and then they called when I was getting into my courts when I took my final sentence, and they put me back to Madison. I hated Madison. God, I hated that jail. I'm not going to speak on Lori. Lori can speak for herself. Lori can speak for herself as like anybody else. I can't speak for Lori. Beloved Ghost did message me a while ago and say she missed Lori. But Lori's got other things probably going right now. I'm not saying, that Lori's not a good person. I never did. I never did say that. As a matter of fact, never did I ever say that. Never did I say that. I never said Lori was a good person. I think Lori's got a little bit of things messed up a little bit. Yes, she does. But am I saying anything about her mentality? No, I'm not. I just think maybe she's misunderstood a few things. But for her to say that Mama T and then Tina to come out and say that it's Mama T, guys, it just don't take that much. It don't take that much. Even when I was in her chat and I said one thing, being nice. Oh, we don't care about what you have to say. If you're going to be like that automatically, I mean, I'm going to smoke you. I mean, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. But it's going to be like wreck for me. But we had a great opening a while ago. I was getting ready to say a few things, and then the next thing you know, like literally, you know what was funny about it is I done the intro. I done the intro. You heard the intro part of it, and right when those doors open, like my phone start. Guys, this has to be some kind of omen or something like that. My phone started ringing right then and there. I was getting a phone call, and I looked, and I'm like, wait, and I looked at the number, and I was like, holy shit, and so I was like, so I had to end it real fast. And what was crazy, it was just wild because it was just like right when the music hit, right when the doors opened, my phone was ringing, and I had to get off there. So I told the person on the phone, I was like, bro, you would never believe what was going on. I was doing an intro to my live video on YouTube. And right when the doors open, like the climax of it all, when it opens up, like you called. I was like, wait a minute. Holy hell. I was like, man, that has to be some kind of, I was like, I don't mean to, I was like, man, I don't mean to, you know, keep going on with that, man, but they sucked through that. I mean, I didn't even have it scheduled, didn't have nothing in there. First time showing it. And he's like, well, what'd you do? I was like, well, I ended the live. I ended the live and I had, hell, I had 80, 90 people in here when I ended the live just that fast. I guess they seen what I was doing with it. But anyways, we just started talking and man, I was like, God, I got this. I got this. I've got this so much. This is awesome. I have really got this. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, wait a minute. You know, this is going to be badass. This is going to be badass. And I'm like, so I was like, I was talking to him. I was like, I can't really say. It's hilarious. I need to learn to shut my mouth. Everybody in my chat, Chica is about to scratch my eyeballs out already. I have to watch. Now Chica's like the one that she did 7 hours. I've not even watched it. I didn't even watch it. Somebody did you read 7 hour stream, boring as hell. Well, I promise our streams ain't gonna be 7 hours. Even though we did go 6 hours one day and I didn't even know it. I was sitting there like, wait a minute. 2 a.m. It was the one last night because I fell asleep, guys. My earbuds I had in, I guess they just went dead and I fell asleep. I mean, I was just listening, but I was tired anyways. I was like, wait a minute. Wow. I'm so happy, guys. I mean, I can't get no happier. I really can't. It don't matter if I was to try just to be even more happier than what I am today. I don't think I could get more happier. I can't. I just can't. I don't know how, but and how it is and how it works like that, but I just can't. I just feel so good. I feel good about myself. I feel I feel just good about myself, guys. Now, a lot of people ask me about this picture. I was wanting to get into this a little bit. Everybody was asking me about this photo. A lot of people on the chat and comments said, "Is that my boyfriend?" That is not my boyfriend. If you zoom in and you look at the little symbol up on the collar part there, the little brooch, if you look at it, you'll see that's a Mason's symbol. This man here Man, he's helped me so much. I mean, I don't know where to begin. He's a very, very powerful, important person. He's got a lot of connections. And most importantly, he believes in me and he believes what I can do. He believes in what I can do. Now, he he is about 5'5", 150 pounds, 148, 150 pounds. You can see how much bigger than I am of him. Guys, when I tell you that I don't fit in my clothes, I literally don't fit in my clothes. You can see my legs. I cannot. It's hell and pandemonium, literally. I'm just like, wait a minute. So that's a very important, powerful person who's a good friend of mine. And I wouldn't have it no other way. They're miserable because I'm happy, but here's the thing. I'm happy and they should be happy for that. They should be happy that I'm happy. And I know they're not because it is what it is. But I also, too, I know in my heart that they can't beat me. They can't beat me. They can't beat me. And they damn sure can't beat the person I just talked to. They'll not be able to beat the person I just talked to on the phone. And I can't wait. I cannot wait for this. You don't know how happy I am, guys. You have no clue how happy I am. You know, I can sit here and go on and on and on about it now. And to be honest with you, I don't need to. I don't need to. I'm going to have a new employer. They're welcoming aboard. They're giving me a $2,800 to $3,000 sign-on bonus. You know, that's good for me. I get to keep my truck, take it wherever. I get to go for my CDLs. I know it takes a while. It takes a long time to get them, but it's something that I need to do. It's going to follow me the rest of my life. It's going to be good. Thank you, voices. Thank you so much. Notice I haven't been, putting my life towards YouTube as much. Every once in a while I'll go live. I just don't even, it ain't a priority to me no more. It's not. It's not at all. And I know that I'm getting ready to get into something big, big, big. But notice something else too. I'm not camming up no more. I told you the other day I'm not camming up for a while. I'm really pushing myself to the limit, people. I'm really pushing myself to the limit. And I'm loving it. Any questions? As soon as the question moves up, I'll answer your question so I can see it. I've got this share referral link. It's actually hiding it. Thank you. So, any questions whatsoever? Here we go. I thought it was the PO or instructor for court ordered classes. No, they never ordered me no classes. They're helping me with classes, though. Thank you. I told you I'm proud of you. I cannot believe in you any more than I do. Thank you. You're like I told her I'm free and I go where I want, when I want. I don't care what anyone thinks. You should. Eyes wide open. My big deal is 2027. I've got 2 years to make it happen. Guys, I'm going to do it. I'm telling you this right now. Right now. It's April the 10th, 2025. Come November of 2027. I'm telling you right now, it's going to happen. I appreciate that. Thank you. I just want away from all these other people and be done with it because I'm done with them. I don't need them. I don't need them for content. I don't need them. I never have needed them. They needed me the whole time. It needs to happen. It just needs to happen. Hmm. I'm going to make it happen. No, let's see. Let me read this passage going back pretty fast. Oh, it wasn't a question really. It was just what I assumed when I saw the pic. What picture were you talking about? What are you talking about? Would you consider? Let me read this up here. Would you consider speaking with Lori from WCIA? She thinks some YouTubers are using deep fake, similar stories to what you discussed. Um, like what you talking about? What I discussed? Everything I discussed about my life. What do you think everybody streams me for? What do you think it's always? Look, you can't take nothing and make something with it. Okay, there's nothing there to make, so why do it? There has to be something that they know that catches. That's the way it happens. Yes, I'm just so happy to be able to have a chance to do my own podcast stuff. I get to work when I want to do my work. I get to stay out as look. What's good is I don't have that family I have to run back to. When I work, I can go on the road and I can work 2 weeks at a time, 3 weeks at a time, and never stop, never quit. Just take my breaks every once in a while. Can you imagine how much money that is? What I can do with that? You don't think that I can put it back into my child predator prevention programs, fund it by myself, and do things? Sadly, 1,000%. I would love that, but the statistics are against that. They really are, and there's nothing that can really be seen or done about it because they did what every child predator does, what every child trafficker does. They make it to where no matter how many pieces of puzzle you get, or how many you have, the always missing link of the puzzle is always that child. Until you could have every single piece in the puzzle except for that one missing piece, which has that child. You have nothing. without that. I don't care how close you get. I don't care how right you think you are. I don't care how many thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people says, hey, he was close. You're close. It does nothing without that missing piece. Do I know more than I've let out about that? Yes, I do. It haunts me. It haunts me. Have you ever wondered who some of these people really are and what they're on YouTube? They said they're trolls, but does trolls do some of the things you've really? I mean, how can a human being do some of the nasty, vulgar shit that they do? Think about it. You have a person who obviously is not a troll, but he is a troll. I appreciate you guys for letting me know what's going on, but I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all, as a matter of fact. I know what's coming. It's okay. Thank you. It's coming. Thank you so much. With that being said, I don't have to do it, 2-hour lives anymore. Even though people are like, oh, I'm bored, please go live. I'll tell you what I want to do. I'm going to put a link out. Anybody wants to come up, they're more than welcome to come up. Call this a lesson. Links in the chat if anybody wants to come up. I'm going to let it go for a few minutes. If anybody wants to come up, they're more welcome to come up. Ask any question you want. Any question you want. Any question you want to ask. PG is doing great work on the Wells case. I'm not even got to watch anybody's work on the case right just now because I've been busy. I've been too busy. I'm so happy. Doing what I need to do build my life back to be bigger than I ever was before. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Thank you. Does anybody want to come up? If you want to come up, the link is in the chat. I'll put it down there one more time. Anybody can come up, by the way. Anybody can come up. We're good. We're good with that. Anybody can come up. If nobody wants to come up, then I guess we're going to have an easy night. We're going to have an easy night. When and Wim does that? I can't hardly read it. I can't hardly read what you said. I do want to talk to you in Messenger. Oh, I need to talk to you. You don't know how happy I am. I'm very happy. I got a few text messages that just makes the world go the right way. So you do all this celebrity. Well, you tell me what time you want me to do this, Wind, and I'll do it, and you can come up and you can talk to everybody. Give me a good time. When's a good time for you, Wind? Yeah, where's all the haters at? Here's your chance for fame. Tear me down. I want you to. Any question you want. Tear me down. This is your opportunity here. I gave it to you. Somebody's in the back. Hey.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good, doing good. You don't have to tell your name. Nobody can see you.
I'm Lisa Liza.
Well, I said you didn't have to tell your name. I was going to make something out of that. Lord God.
Well, that's not my real name, so
Well, I know that. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I didn't want to leave you hanging up there.
That's great. That's great. I'm glad you came up.
Yeah, I'm not a tiger. This is not my fight, but I just like your charisma so much. And I think that you could accomplish so many good things, but you got to watch these YouTube haters. I know you're tough, but there's a lot of them. And darkness likes to shut down the light.
It does. You're
And
right.
you could go either way. You have your own dark side. So it's probably a good idea for you to spend your time with people who want to bring out the best in you and just go with
Well,
it.
I tell you, there's a thin line between good and evil. There really are.
Yes.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I used to literally walk on eggshells to try to do everything I could not to make nobody mad, not to try to offend no one, trying to make people like me. And it became a job in itself doing that.
But I
Because
think people
go
are
ahead.
gonna like you naturally. Like I said, we all have our different blessings from our creator, and yours is like mad charisma. But
Well, I
it
appreciate
depends on
that.
what you do with it. If you waste it here on YouTube, you're just making these other channels money.
I know that, and I'm seeing that now. And after, to be honest with you, after seeing that today, and it's like, you know, um, have you ever seen things that's just so far out there to reach, and you put it in your mind like, wait a minute, this is impossible. I can never do this, and you let time go by, and I've done that. I let a lot of time go by, and I realize now that I was younger. I could be doing it. I could have been doing this already, but I got tangled up with the wrong people. I got tangled up in the wrong crowd. I got tangled up, and now it's like God give me a second chance, and I'm definitely doing it now. Definitely doing it.
I had a suggestion for you. It's just a suggestion. But I was
Okay.
listening to you the other night, and as I said, for like the third time, you got a lot of charisma. You got a nice voice with that little accent. I'm from West Virginia. I don't live there anymore, but it rings all those home kind of bells. I was thinking you could eventually get out of this true crime and this tiger BS. And maybe you should start telling stories about old timey Appalachia. You will attract a different audience, maybe a little bit of maybe older people, less drama filled. But so many people, you know how to spin a tall tale yourself. I mean, I think that would be a good and more healthy direction for you to go slowly but surely. Why don't you just start a little side channel?
Well, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do something like that. My papa was a storyteller. My papa, oh my God, some of his stories was just he had a way of just with the audience. My papa was big into politics. He would put people in because people would listen to him. He would put the big dogs in and all that. But he had a way of telling stories. My mom does too. My mom also does. But my papa was a major, major, major storyteller.
Yeah, so try it out, Ernie. You gotta try new things, but like this, tiger that, it's just wasting our precious time here on earth. And I know you want to do good things with, predator hunting and stuff, but as we age, sometimes we have to worry about ourselves and let the youngins start to fight for the kind of world that they want. You have to come from a solid foundation. So it's really nice that you want to make money and fund the predator programs. But sometimes I think you have such like a big vision that you see the whole forest that you don't see what the first step in front of you or the tree right in front of you. I mean, I know I have a lot of nerve telling you this because I barely know you, but I like to say I'm half psychic, half psycho, and sometimes spirit gives me
Well,
messages for
it,
people.
it, it it's constructive criticism.
Not really criticism, just suggestions.
Okay,
But I
okay,
think
okay.
with your voice and the stories you must know, the Appalachian old timey story thing, oh, it would be perfect.
Hmm. Yes, it will be. What's going on in the chat with Tiger Mama? I just saw that.
Well, I'm going to jump down. So you have a good evening, Ernie, you and everybody in chat. And like Rodney King said, can't we all just try to get along?
Thank you. Be
Good
safe,
night
okay?
now.
Be
Good
safe.
night.
Wow. Prayers in the chat for Tiger Mama. I don't know exactly what's going on, but someone said I'll have to. We'll have to figure that out. I just saw that, so hopefully she's okay and everything's going good with her. Thank you, beloved ghost. So she's resting. Resting and healing. Okay. Well, y'all put prayers in the chat for her. There's I'm kind of lost for words. I'm not usually get like that, but I am lost for words right now. Anybody else want to come up? If anybody else wants to come up, links in the chat. Thank you all. Appreciate it. I am at loss for words, guys, and I just didn't. It's like the second person that told me that today. Actually, what'd you say? No name. Let me see. Wait till it scrolls up. I can see it. I can't see it right now because it's got this referral link. Oh, Tina, fixing credibility. I should be used to it, and I'm used to the backlash and all that. You have to regroup after all that slick kung fu fighting the other day. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what's funny is I used to well, I mean, when I was talking to Ryan daily, pretty much I was talking to him daily, and I'd message him, and he would never ever message me back until like the end of the work shift or end of his day. And that one day, I'll be the first one to say it's an accident. He leaned in, and I broke his nose. And after I did that, it's like every time I text him or message him now, within 2 minutes, I swear to God, within 2 minutes, he's messaging me back. I'm talking to him about it. I was like, man, you never did message me back, and now you messaging me back every time I'm like, does it have something to do with the little accident And I put him in a spot to where he had to answer it. If you know anything about Ryan, he's always trying to change the subject, throw off on topic. He said, "You son of a bitch, you." He's like, "I guess I just feel like I'm at your beck and call." I'm like, "Well," I said, "you know, I said, I used to message you and you wouldn't even message me none. It'd be hours and hours I get a message back. I wouldn't be expecting it." And now I can message him within a minute, 2 minutes, maybe 3 at the most. He's messaging me back. He's like, "What can I help you with? Can I help you, Michelle?" I'm like, I just wondered. I didn't know what exactly was going on. Um, he messaged me. He messaged me first, and that's something he never does is message me first. And he said, "Have you still got the secondary password?" And I'm like, "So what do you mean secondary password?" So apparently, oh my god, I guess he's trying to set him he's setting a Facebook account up. I told him just connect it to his phone, be done with it. That way he's got a 2-step verification. He's good, all that. Got somebody in the back here. Go ahead.
Hey, Ern, how you doing?
Oh, Lisa K, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Got a little allergy flare up here. How are you doing?
I'm doing a lot better.
How's your surgeries coming? When do you get your next one?
It's in a couple weeks.
What are they waiting for things to heal?
Yep.
Hmm.
And it's hard to get in appointments because there's so many.
Yeah, my dentist is dogging me for $50 missed appointment fee. I'm not going to.
$50?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's kind of a screwed up deal. So did
What'd you have done?
I didn't go. I made the appointment like less than 24 hours ahead of time. It was an opening they had. And then I called them that morning and said I was too sick to make it in. And she said, "Okay, we won't charge you." And the next thing you know, they reported me to the credit bureau because I owed them $50. So
Wow.
I might have to find a new dentist. Got any recommendations?
Not really. I don't know where you're from.
So how's your DOT physical going? Did you go to get that yet?
No.
Oh. Do you have to go to a specific place? Like we had to go to who was contracted to the company.
No. I can get any kind of DOT physical. It's a med card mostly I need.
Think you'll be able to pass that?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. You don't think your, medical condition will hurt that?
No, it don't.
I don't know. I read that the Biktarvy could be disqualification in certain circumstances.
No. I'm good.
Your chat, eBeg, my band of sheep will cover $50. Yeah, I've never made I don't do Cash App or anything. Never asked for money and never made a dime off YouTube. So is it nice visiting with Amber the other day and her family?
It was nice. It was nice. Yes.
I like Amber. She's a sweetheart. I know you don't get along with Melissa, but
No, I do not.
I enjoy talking to Melissa too. I've heard that your brother Zach is a really good guy too. I'd like to meet him someday.
Well, I've only talked to him a few times since he's grew up. So
Yeah, he looks like he's got his life straightened around. Those are the kind of people that you need to hang around with. They're in the, people that have straightened their lives around and come out better on the other side.
so he got out of all of his meth charges,
Yeah, he's look like
and
it.
that's good. And that's good for him. I'm happy for him. I hope he's doing well.
He and his wife, yep, celebrating being clean. I forget how many, was it a year or something?
Well, that's good.
Um,
That's great. That's great.
It is good. You always got to celebrate somebody that overcomes addiction and gets sober. And I know it's a day-to-day battle. I think we all have an addiction to certain things.
Yes, a lot of people do.
People want me to leave because I'm ruining your vibe.
No, you're not. I'm listening.
I know.
It's interesting.
I think we're having a nice conversation.
We're having a pretty good conversation. Yeah, go ahead.
So if you're going to get your CDL, you have to go to school.
Yes,
That
you do.
takes 2 weeks, I believe.
I don't know. It takes a while.
It does here. That's pretty expensive. It's like $1,200, I think.
It's more like
Um,
2,000, I think, but
Oh.
the company pays it.
Probably went up. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're gonna go for the hazardous endorsements and stuff.
I don't know yet. Whatever they want me to do, I want to do. Right now, I'm just doing hot shot loads, and that's anything under 26,000 pounds, I can work with.
Yes. Well, yeah, with just the chauffeurs, yeah. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Having driven truck for all those years.
Hmm.
So
So you
what's-
drove truck. So you drove truck.
I did drive truck.
What'd you drive?
I drove for UPS. You know that.
Oh, UPS.
Yep.
I've done Amazon work, so
You did?
yes, I did.
Really?
Yep.
Did you?
When I was in Long Island, New York, I worked for Amazon. Yes, I did.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of a junky job, don't you think?
That was a crazy job, and it was a junky job. That was a ridiculous job.
Yeah, they don't pay that good, and
No, they don't. They don't pay nothing at all, as a matter of fact.
I mean, we had to, do a ridiculous amount of work, but at least we made really good money. So
Hmm.
yeah, I don't know. So you think trucking is your future, huh?
Oh, I'm going to buy me a truck. Most definitely. Most definitely.
Well, good for you, Ernie.
Hmm.
I don't know why people thinks I'm just fucking with you because I'm not. I've always said I thought you should get some help. And when is your 90-day thing that you're gonna go to?
Well, what happened is they thought that I was going to have to go to it, but they done an evaluation, and I've got to have another evaluation. Is what it is. And if that goes through, then I have to do the 90 days.
Okay.
But if they
Alright.
say, "Oh no, he's not this and that and that," and this, I've already took one anyway, so I ain't worried about it.
Okay. I'm too nosy. I guess making conversation is being too nosy.
Just keep on. I said, ask any kind of question. You asking questions. You're okay.
Yeah, have you talked to Jimbo lately? I'm not mocking you, just curious.
No, I have not.
No? I know people
No.
kind of think you're gonna team up with
I
him
did see
again.
him though. I did see him.
Did you?
Yes.
And was he?
I passed him. I passed him when we was going to get paperwork in London.
He said he moved. I know he's still there. Do you think he should be coaching children's basketball?
No, I do not.
I don't either. I don't understand. Don't they do background checks there in Kentucky on people before that?
You're the investigator. I don't know. I don't know what they do. Obviously, they don't. Obviously, anybody can do anything.
I'm really not familiar with Kentucky law, but I can look it up. It's a great thing about Google.
Well, it's not that much difference in Ohio.
Well, I ain't in Ohio, but I could Google that too.
Well,
Mel Gibson's in your chat. Did you help steal cuddles? Mel, did you watch the video? Did you see Ernie there? No, you did not. Well, I'm going to go. Good luck on all your future endeavors, Ernie. I really wish you the best and hope that you, not
well, Lisa,
Wisconsin.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. There has to be a thing to it before you go.
Okay.
So you asked me these questions. Well, you
Mhm.
asked me a few questions. You didn't really ask me many like you usually do, but
I didn't.
I gave you the opportunity to ask any question you wanted to ask.
Yes.
I gave you the opportunity to ask me anything.
Oh, I have a list somewhere, but
What is it going to take for you to understand that I'm not that person you think that I am?
show me. Show me, Ernie. Give up the fakeness and just be the real Ernie. Don't you think I think that,
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. When you
Okay.
say give up the fakeness, what part of the fakeness? What are you talking about fakeness?
the facade that you put on. Don't you think just being you is enough? Ernie?
Elaborate. What part of it
Oh,
is a facade?
the predator hunter, the acting, people talk about the stolen valor. I don't know. I never looked into that, but some of the other things, that you've claimed that, weren't true. I don't want to get in an argument with you here, Ernie. I was trying
I'm
to,
not in an argument. We're not getting an argument. We're having a conversation.
I was trying to give you some positive
So
encouragement.
when you say predator hunting, when you say that, what part of it? I haven't done any predator hunting since, what was it, 2022?
Right. But yet you still post the badge or the other stuff.
What do you mean badge? What badge?
The predator hunter badge on your.
I don't have a badge on predator
Oh,
hunting.
you don't today. You put a lion on there. Tiger. Sorry.
There's a tiger.
Sorry. Tiger. I see. Well, you sent me that picture that you wanted me to put up, and that had all the predator hunter stuff on it, badges and stuff on it.
Because that's because that's my memories.
Okay. All right. That's okay.
And you see, what I'm going to do is everything that these people said I've not done, I'm going to prove that I did do. But we're going to do it one step at a time.
Okay.
That way I don't put the cart in front of the horse.
All right. What are you going to go for first?
I'm going to prove I know all these celebrities.
I'm going to start with something a little easier.
Oh, it's very easy.
The celebrities you're talking about are like criminals, sex offenders, domestic violence committers.
So this man right here is a sex offender, and he's done horrible things. You say? Watch this video. You ready? Tell me
Yep.
when you're ready.
Yep, I'm ready.
Hello, you have reached Henry Cavill. A step currently unavailable to take your call. Please leave your name, contact information, and a brief message, and I will get back to you at my earliest convenience. Thank you for calling.
So that guy's a sex offender?
I didn't say that. I'm talking about Russell Brand and Mel Gibson and the other people that you've talked about.
So Mel Gibson is a sex offender.
Mel Gibson is domestic violence. Yeah, he got convicted of domestic violence and lost his gun rights. He admitted it.
Wow. So reaching out there to do an interview with people like Mel Gibson, people like Henry Cavill, people like Brandon Routh, people like Keanu Reeves, people like that's doing something wrong or something?
Well, why don't you interview? This is just a suggestion, but why don't you interview some people like Alice Cooper or some of these celebrities that give their testimonies?
Did you know I made Alice Cooper a hockey mask?
No, I did not know that.
I got a picture of him holding my mask.
Really?
Yep. I also made one for the guy that played, actually was the director of Friday the 13th Part 6, since that's why Alice Cooper's song, The Man Behind the Mask, he was part of Part 6, Jason Lives. But yeah, I did make both of them a hockey mask. I've still got his address. I've still got it. I've still got the venue that I sent the mask to and how we had to do it under one day air mail. I also did LeBron James's mask that he had me made. Spring Entertainment had me make it for him. Somebody said Trump just restored Mel Gibson's gun rights a few days ago.
I know he was going to, and wasn't the district attorney the lady that was against that? He fired.
I've been busy. I'm not really paying no attention to it at all, to be honest with you.
So why don't you get Alice Cooper, and he and his wife really have a good thing going with their ministry and their outreach, and
that may be somebody. But here's the thing: with Henry Cavill, I've met Henry Cavill before. I lost his contact information where I changed over phones, and even the black book that I used to have full of numbers, I lost that book, and now I'm just getting people back together again that they're coming back with me and everything, and I'm like, wait a minute, here we go. Can somebody check and see if that's the real stand in here? I doubt it, but
no, it's not.
Okay.
Ernie safe puddles at all costs. Yeah, he ain't gonna put
Anyways, I don't have no idea. Don't care. So, when you say that, Alice Cooper may be one of them. I mean, I may do that. I could reach out to Tom McLaughlin, who is the director for Friday the 13th Part 6, who is sung, he's been in the band with Alice Cooper. I could get Alice Cooper's information from him, and I could probably have him with that. But the thing about it is, I wanted something to be huge right now, and I've always liked Superman. I've always been a huge fan of that. Of course, I don't like the new movie. I don't like the new Superman at all. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near. I think I hate what DC done to Henry Cavill, and I would like to do an interview with him. I'd like to do that with him, and that's what I'm doing.
I like the Batman trilogy better. I'm not really that into Superman.
And Henry Cavill also knows that I do stuff with helping with kids and stuff, and he knows that. He knew that back then. When I first met Henry Cavill back in 2014, right after he did Superman, Man of Steel. So I've known Henry for a long time. Well, probably what 10, 11 years.
Why haven't you interviewed him before?
Because I don't have his number no more. I didn't have his number till just here a few days ago, and I made the phone call. He answered me back. He actually called me when I was putting that up here a while ago. But
Why
I'm
don't
going to
you
leave
play
that.
that?
I'm going to leave that up.
Why don't you play where he called you back?
He called me and I missed the first call. He left the answering machine. I've got it on the answering machine if you want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead and play it. You said you wanted to prove that you really knew all these people, right? Let's do it.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Let me see if I can pull it off the phone right fast. Hold on a second. You kill me with this stuff, girl. You really do. Oh Lord. Let me see here. Let me see if I pull it off here. I did. I knew somebody was going to ask me about it, but I don't care. It don't bother me. It don't really bother. Let me see. I mean, I don't care.
Oh, I thought I lost you. I didn't hear you. Yeah, your chat is not very friendly, are they?
Well, it's my chat. So hold on a second here. Let me see if I can pull this off with you on here. Just hold up. I might have to drop out here. Let me see if I can pick this up.
Okay. Okay. That's an AI voice. I don't know that. Jailhouse Ho. Yeah, that's really nice. I don't even know anybody that's in jail. So
Well, if it's
there
an
you
AI,
go.
if it's an AI voice, I wouldn't be able to pull it off my answering machine right now, would I?
Right.
Hold on a
No,
second.
right. That's
Okay.
Mr. Nobody saying that. So.
Well, you're putting me on the spot here, so I'm going to show you.
Okay.
Hold on one second. I got to move out of this way to get this. Okay.
Okay. Kikazi. If you guys were a little more positive and encouraging Ernie in his endeavors, I don't think, being a simp is all that helpful. Alan Krebs, kills me because, that's the name of a serial killer's dad. Every time I see that, that's all I can think of. Alan Krebs. Serial killer dad rapist. A voice changer. Probably doesn't sound like me because I'm having some allergy problems, as I said. Lisa Shell. That ain't my name either, Renee Marie, but keep digging. I'm sure you'll hit it sooner or later.
Okay, so let me get this part. Let me pull this off here real fast.
Okay.
So, hold on.
Okay, I'm holding. I'm holding on.
Let's see. Let me add this. Pull the video. Here we go. Tell you, buddy. Okay. I just pulled it. We you know what I need? I need some good music in here while we listen to this. That's what we need.
Well, okay. How about Struggle Jennings?
No, how about this music right here? Just hold on. I got the perfect thing for us. Just give me a second.
How about Jelly Roll?
No,
He's pretty.
this right here goes good with it. This right here is probably some of the best stuff with it. I want you to hear it. I want to pull this out here. Let me turn this music down just a little bit. Let's see if this works right here. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's see. Let's do this here. Do. Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. Let's see. Hold on a second. Shit. It's not gonna let me pull me on here. Damn.
I'm Nicolina on a voice changer. Maybe Nicolina could join us. Up here.
Hold up a second. Hold up a second. I gotta put this. Just stay right there, okay?
I'm right here. I hope he's not going to porn bomb me. Get vaccinated. For what? You guys don't really have very many snappy comebacks. Renee Marie, that's not how you spell it, but good try. True crime, cars, and guitars. That covers a wide area.
I got an idea. You still there?
I'm still here. I'm talking.
I'm not gonna give you too much.
What do you got, Ern?
Mr. Nobody says if I had a computer I can make better stuff. That'd be pretty cool. I'd like that. I wish I could make something. I'm gonna leave it at that.
I can't even share screen, so there's that.
I understand that. That's crazy.
You're ahead of me.
So, what's your next step in life? What do you plan on doing?
I don't know. I put in my time, worked hard since I was 11 years old. And then,
Well, that's good.
I got some things going. I'd like to resolve my health problems.
Yeah. Before we do this interview with Henry Cavill here soon, hopefully, as soon as he can schedule the right amount of time needed to sit down and we could do this professionally, I wanted somebody to go check on Cameo and make sure that he's not on there, because I know he's not, but just in case, that way they can say, oh, he can't Cameo. But anyways, let's just see what happens.
Okay.
I think that'd be the best way to do it. Good deal. Anyways, but that's what I'm gonna pretty much change this channel, because they told me I had to change my channel into it. I'm gonna change it into more of an interviewing thing. I'm not going to go Joe Rogan style or nothing like that. I'm pretty much going to stay with the topic. One of the questions I'm going to ask Henry is pretty much, in your business and what you've been through and the dedication that you've had to, had to play some of these roles that you played. Have you ever came across, child predators? Have you, anything that you can, pretty much tell us about that, something like that. Of course, I want to have a female up here as well to help me host the show.
Yeah, you need to have your team do a little background research and stuff, and then base your questions off that, and ask open-ended questions so that your guest has
one of
a
the
chance
things,
to tell a story.
One of the questions, he's not the new Superman. He's, David Cornsett is the new Superman, and to be honest with you, everybody's not liking him at all. So they're mad because DC messed up and pretty much done what they done with Henry. So, which it is what it is.
Who else do you want to interview?
I've got a few that I want to interview. Keanu Reeves. I want to interview Keanu. I do want to interview Mel Gibson. I want to interview Sylvester Stallone. I want to interview Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's a few. There's a few.
So what's your common theme here?
Well, I mean, I'm always going to put the question in, about child predators as well, and just to see what was going on too.
Why don't you interview what's his name that is involved with all the child
Ashton Kutcher.
yes, yes. Thank you.
Well, I don't know. Maybe later on. I want to get my list out of the way first. I've got a few I want to get out of the way first. I really wanted to interview Gene Hackman, but of course, what happened with that. That was time. We're not promised that time, so that was one of my all-time favorite actors was Gene Hackman.
He's an interesting guy.
Mm-hmm.
Had an interesting life.
And I met Christian Bale before in Mangola, Florida, and to be honest with you, his attitude wasn't just really up to par. But it was before he played Batman, and then when people found out he was playing in Batman, his Batman Begins, then hell broke loose, and it was crazy. Everybody showed up. He was doing you can look it up. You can look the show up. It was actually the year that is right before he played Batman for the first time. Batman Begins.
Did you see Memento?
To what?
Did you see Memento?
Memento.
Christian Bale movie, Memento?
No, I didn't. I'm not a fan of Christian Bale after that.
It's a pretty interesting movie. You should watch it.
Christian Bale is really, really hard to work with.
There's a lot of actors that are really, really hard to work with. Oh, Miss Benny Keys. People want you to interview Benny Keys.
No, I don't want to interview Benny Keys.
No?
I got something planned for Benny Keys.
Tom Hanks.
Nope. That would be, you know what? First off, that interview, that would probably cost, that'd be up for, that'd probably be $10,000-$20,000 just to do that.
Yeah, maybe take a step down. You don't have to make a big splash right at the beginning, Ernie.
I'm going to with this.
Well, I mean, you kind of don't have the background, the interviewing background to get bigger names, I think.
No, not right now, but this is a lead into it, and it's, you meet one person, you get to meet another one and another one. I know how it goes. I've done it before with a wrestling career. I remember how I done it. I remember how I got Diamond. I got Paige. I had Randy Savage. I had Jim Neidhart. I had Billy Gunn. I had Road Dogg. I had Shawn Michaels. I had Steve Austin. I had Hulk Hogan. So everybody's names was pretty much easy because I could get a list, and then I went to Goldberg. I was able to build up pretty much a list, a contact list.
John Cena. How about John Cena?
No, I don't want to do John Cena right now. He's doing a heel gimmick, and that'd be hard to do.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go, and your chat will miss me, I can see. Why do I use a condescending voice? I do not have a condescending voice.
Well, there's somebody else in the back. Let me see what else is in the back here. I think Pete Boberto is here.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, of course, being here, you little sack of, shit. You left me in the back chat for like 30 fucking minutes. Like, you fucking, coward. Like, were you scared to fucking bring me up? I mean, earlier, seems like, you were. I mean, and guess what? I mean, Lisa K, you're just as fake as, it's Ernie. You're just about the same. Like, you don't bring nothing to the table. And plus, you had a woman and her little, child, as your fucking, banner. Remember that on your channel? Like, she was no older than fucking 5 years old, and you sat there and basically let it happen. You embarrassed it, in front of everyone. You embarrass your own fucking self. Like, you call yourself like a fucking leader, shit of missing kids. Like, but guess what? You're just like Ernie. You're not really for the women or the fucking, children.
Okay, go ahead, Lisa. You can respond to that.
That was, yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Lisa. Like, you know exactly, what you're, fucking doing. Like, you do this, constantly, on the regular,
Okay, I'm putting you in the back so she can respond.
I've never done anything to you constantly.
Respond.
Is she, I think, was mad because when I had you on my panel, I would not let her on panel with us. I mean, I was interviewing you. It wasn't an open panel. And I said, I hope you understand. No, you were wrong for doing that, and I'll never forgive you. I don't understand. So that's what this is about.
Okay.
I have no
No,
idea.
because you like that. I mean, that sort of attention. I mean, right? Because you do it constantly on the regular, basis. Like you never, take it any kind of, ability. I mean, just like you're just like, Muffy, Ernie. You do this, constantly. I mean, on the regular, basis. It's always, the same thing. I mean, with you. Stop putting, Muffy, children on your Muffy, banner, and stop putting, Muffy, children on your Muffy, community wall. And think so, Muffy, cannot read it.
Okay, because you can respond to that. Go ahead.
I can't respond to that because I didn't understand anything.
Well,
she
just say
said.
something and respond to it because I got to let it back up here to finish.
Oh my God, there's more.
I mean, obviously.
Pink Bow, chill out. Take a Xanax.
Okay, so
There
hold
you
on.
go.
Bitch, don't tell me, what the fuck I mean to do, because I'm the one, calling your Muffy, I mean, and so, like I said, stop, putting Muffy, children on your Muffy, community wall, and stop putting, children on your Muffy, banner, and stop, putting, missing kids, and stop, sitting over there saying that you're Muffy, there for the Muffy, I mean, missing kids when you're really, I mean, not. Like I said, I mean, Lisa, okay, you're not going to be, actually, be the one that actually, being I mean, right now. You do actually.
Okay, go ahead and respond to that, Lisa K.
Somebody said Pink Bow sounds a lot like Charlie Brown's teacher. I think that's a really good comment. You should highlight that one.
Well, I'm sitting here and everything's been going peaceful and really quiet and really slow. And then all of a sudden, we have, oh my God, Speedy Gonzalez come up here. And the next thing you know, I can't understand nothing. But go ahead. You need to figure that one out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Someone needs to get a young priest and an old priest. Well, obviously they've got he's got it in for you.
Pink Bow, yeah. Well,
I mean, everyone is Muffy, tired of your Muffy, lifetime. Even I'm tired of your Muffy, everyone is, tired of you singing up for this, Muffy, church, you're sitting up for this Muffy, that is Muffy, this, women and Muffy, miss.
Okay, so Pink Bow, it's okay. Beth Dutton had some interesting thing say, and Beloved Ghost, can you read that for me? I can't see it. Go ahead, Lisa. What does that say?
I'm not going to read that. You know that. I'm not doing that.
Just use another word or something. I can't see it.
Oh, Pink Bow. Okay, I think he's wearing his dick ring too tight is the reason he talks like that. I thought he was a girl, isn't he?
How is he a girl? You just answered your own question. Anyways.
No, because you do that. I mean, constantly, I mean, on the regular, basis. I mean, Lisa, am I actually, wrong about that? Why don't you, basically, I mean, answer that? I mean, yourself. I mean, you honestly, send over here, basically, try to, play. I mean, Buffy, game. You're trying to, play. I mean, everything, nice. But guess what? Everyone, sees, I mean, right through you. Everyone, sees, I mean, right through your Muffy, life. Because you're a Muffy, like, I mean, liar.
No,
okay, time out. Okay, Kemper has a good comment. This is what happens when you use an anal stretcher on someone's mouth. You did it wrong, Pink Bow.
Okay, so.
Oh, do as I'm told. That's what I was told. Do as I'm told.
So.
Well, Aaron, I'm gonna go.
If you be good and
I enjoy your little chats. Good luck on your journey.
Pink Bow tell you bye. Go ahead, Pink Bow.
No, I mean, Ernie, here's, I mean, you said that, we're never gonna, unblock me. I mean, but here's, I mean, the thing, you must, unblock me. I mean, why did you, do that, Ernie? I mean, you honestly, like the, attention, right? But here's something that I'm still gonna, gonna call your.
Okay, well, you're calling it out. You want to say bye to him, Lisa Gay?
Yes. Goodbye, Pink Bow Birdo.
Goodbye. Have fun, Lisa Gay. Be safe.
Yep. You too. Gonna have a good night.
What an interesting day. What an interesting day we've had. Lord God, if anybody else wants to come up and make the day, you're more than welcome to even make it even more of a hellacious day. I've been making hellacious days all day long, and I'm loving it, having fun with it. People could go and do whatever they want to say. Links in the chat. Anybody else wants to come up? Anybody else wants to come up? True First, I'd like to see you on panels sometimes. I'd like to hear what you have to say. But that's all in due time. That's all in due time. You take your time. You figure that out. I think you'd be a prominent figure. I'm telling you what the truth. I mean, if you ever want to get content, I mean, I'm just saying. Anyway, Ernie, Shell, you should hop in these people's TikTok. Many are one that do go live to connect with fans. They build up some basic combos and build a report, ask for an interview. Yeah, they do. I know. And the last time I did TikTok, we had 22 million views, 968,000 followers. I gave it up because they got us for categorizing predators, and their channel was gone. So I'm not even really. No, you wouldn't, Ernie Shell. No, you. I would. I would like to hear you. I'd like to hear what you have to say. I would like to hear what you have to say. Can you imagine being up here and all you have to listen to is this thing right here?
I mean, Trigger. I mean, Ernie. Obviously, yours because he's. Nobody, basically, when they come on your panel, because everyone, sees. Right there. You're just listen, take no. Muffy, gotta be up here. Muffy, actually, you're just like I said, Muffy, let's take advantage of women, Trigger, and I, run from Muffy, governor when that's ever, after, ever happened. All right, none of that's ever gonna happen. You already, basically, nothing. So once again, how many nothing you need? We have to, obviously, over this. We go over this, not saying all the version, everyone, knows it. But like I said, you want to hear your money, selling valid. You don't want to expect that your money, in the middle of military, because you can have honestly, show independent, records say that, I don't think approval, otherwise. So once again, I'm talking to you, to be honest, I think over this. And here's something that you have to, said that you were never going to, unblock me on your channel. You obviously, remember that? I should, remember it. He's obviously going to get my thing to, stuff to me. Obviously, you need to, you need to have your money, you need to have extra money, you need to work, you obviously have me doing, right? Because like I said, we go well, once again, how many times we have to I'm just here to be honest, I'm understanding whatever, but guess what, obviously, so once again, Ernie, I'm just saying, how you be honest, people there. I'm just saying, how many, women have you, see what I mean, women have you, so that you have something. Women have you, put it in, danger. Something, have you actually, over there, and you were not, honest, thinking, you were honestly, trying to, basically, trying to, rape out all the, different women. I'm just saying, you think, I think, that's even on the freaking, basically, pretty much, that's what you do. But and this is like your money, all the hype, for money, people that, money with that, people that, other, and again, and they were not,
I see darkness hiding in plain day. Sharpened instinct tracks down the prey. Children's whispers haunt the night's air. Justice demands someone to care. I'm the light roaring loud. Breaking the shroud.
I don't even have to honestly, I'm gonna say that because if I could, put on me for myself. Never want to you honestly, I'm gonna want to make go there for me. Because you're not gonna honestly, win the game. And then one else, want to get down to because you're honestly, I was,
in the storm. Brand new dawn, a state reborn. No more secrets, no more lies, just justice burning in these hands are steady, the vision's clear. Every vote a spark to sear. No weakness here, no place to hide. Lightning strikes when it's justified. Work beside the fire, led by the flame, combating the evil that twists the name. The young and the helpless come to their cries. Rescuing souls from not alone.
Exactly. That's what I think about. That's what you know, you're the fight. You don't have to right now. You can't obviously, you don't have to just down me that. So I mean, let it know. So much, if you really want to get down to like somebody, you just tell me right now. We can let do it. That's the thing right here. Back it out. I mean, you really have to be on the version. That's what you want to go on the I mean, that's the only you want to go on. That's what you want to like I said, you're just all talking, accent. You're just all barking, and nobody, and everyone else, understand that, too. And everyone else, sees for themselves. Everyone else, sees right there. And everyone else, sees for themselves. So what the fuck, do you honestly, got to say, for yourself, as of right now. Do you honestly, like that, that sort of, attention. Obviously, you do. Because they tell everyone else, is basically, cheering me on, as of right now. And everyone is, pointing fingers, too. Like everyone else, sparkling, last station. You see all these, laughing emojis, in the, comments. Everyone else, basically, sees it, for themselves. And here's, the thing, Ernie. Whenever, anybody, that basically, goes in, every watches it, this live stream, tomorrow, tomorrow, in the, more than, guess what? Everyone else is, it's going to be, laughing at you. And everyone else, is going to actually, be happy with me, too. And everyone else is going to be actually, cheering me on. I'm going to get a lot of, great. I'm going to give me a lot of his, boss and everyone else, pretty much, understands, for themselves. But he's, the thing, Ernie. But at least I'm not the one that that's it. Like back. But at least I'm not the one that, like I said, has, HIV. At least I'm not the one that has, have any of that, period. He's, but you do. And everyone else, they see, see that, for themselves. Is that why, you back down, for the, piano, shit? Because obviously, I mean, you did. Obviously, you can't, I mean, honestly, handle yourself, whatsoever. That's why you're fucking, holy. That's why you don't even have to, any bucks. And honestly, that's why nobody even once you, even over there, the fucking, has a, yeah, he's, none of that, it's just, not be your fucking, sister, once you need, anything, and down to see, do it too. And everyone else, practically, sees that, for themselves. So what the fuck, y'all, got to say, for yourself, as of right now. Oh, yeah, exactly. Because you're human, people riddle. That's what nobody else, that's what I'm going to hit them, the money, like, because nobody else, honestly, has to get the money, that's it, honestly, do so. And everyone else, basically, for themselves. But once again, but everyone, left me, said me, before I am. But guess what, again, can nobody, honestly, say, the same, for you, and I get it, not the beginning, because they, because everyone, honestly, hate you, nobody, honestly, cares about you, nobody, even when you're watching, on the, app, I let you, honestly, say that you're out here, leaving and never come ever, because you're honestly, still here. And everyone else, Berkeley, sees that, for themselves. So once again, how many times I understand going to say, same stories, over and over again. But everyone else, Berkeley, for themselves, basically, right about that, Ernie, I think I'm, pretty much, yeah. You honestly, think that you're winner, right now, but all the reality, you're really not. It's something, and that, it's just something, Ernie. You want to sit on, put all this, information, around me, and make people think that was actually, gave me, saying, 8 months up, and stuff like that. I was actually, the person I actually, really to that, person. Well, the reality that, it's all, life. That's why everyone else, frankly, leave me. You're answer right now. And everyone else, basically, see that, for themselves. So what you honestly, gotta say, for yourself, Ernie, are you looking, living, cheaper on me, what you answer, right now, I think, pretty much it, right? But like I said, because I'm the one that's but at least I'm the one that's basically, have to, fun. But at least I'm the one that's doing myself. And guess what? At least I'm the one that's doing life. But at least I can, get around. But at least I can, do that. But like I said, but at least I can start, bar. But at least I can, do that. You understand? Do any of that, probably, not, because you don't know, what the fuck, honestly, that's what you do. That's why you're on the show, over there, right now. You're probably, right now, you're probably gonna, cry, because that you're feeling, people that want you around there. If you were honestly, what did you something, nobody and everyone else, for themselves, too. So what the way, got to say, right now. I'm honestly, that's so with the what's for you, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say, I'm because somebody, honestly, what did I but once again, everybody, basically, on my side, obviously, I'm on your side, because somebody, gets about and everyone else, basically, for themselves, because you want to go around, right now, obviously, different way now, man. You basically, want to, take a, business on it. You want to basically, learning, and, children, and all the time, other shit, and honestly, that's out there, I'm going to go out and, help you, you're this situation, when really, and then when everyone else is right, I'm going to see that, for themselves, once again, you're not going to honestly, here, anybody, and everyone else is I'm going to see that, for themselves, so what, for you, I'm going to say, for yourself, Because I was like, I'm sitting there, thinking, I mean, over here, handle right now, but everyone else takes me out, for themselves. I mean, you do honestly, understand how me already. So, I mean, what the way you honestly, got to say, for yourself, right now. Oh, already, yeah, exactly. That's what you're not getting. They're going on right now. That's what you're not getting, I'm talking right now. I was getting, you're pretty much, there's, but like I said, because nobody's, going to get, the better, people hurt on. That is, obviously, too, with not being, down. So what you gotta say, for yourself, Ernie, obviously, you're very, obviously, you're pretty, there's, as of right now, because that, people Berto, it's all the, attention, everyone else is basically, see now, for themselves. So what you gotta say, for yourself, now, Ernie, over here, that's what you're not going to say, because I'm not, shake down, real well, big, so got to say, for yourself, you want to tell me other, you want to tell me going to get, you want to tell me other, you want to tell me obviously, obviously, right, but guess what, with all that, was a much, I'm building, and everyone else say, for themselves, that's what you get off, and that's why it's basically, that's what right now. And everyone else basically, seeing that, for themselves, you have to understand that, when something, they not me, right? You're my oldest, right? You don't even know, say, you want to tell me, and everyone but guess what? That was a failure. Failure. On your part. And guess what? You play it all. Guess what? That's that's the honest you trying to play stupid. That's you basically lying to all the different people on the app. But that's what nobody honestly takes you seriously. Anymore. And everyone else basically seeing that for themselves. You know that y'all understand that right Ernie. So what the fuck you honestly gotta say for yourself right now. Yeah, exactly. Obviously you don't care about any of your obviously you don't care about any of your
Well, that has to be a record. That has to be a record. Holy hell. How in hell are you okay?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm not gonna honestly, let you talk basically, say idiot, thing. Because you know that I'm like, because you're not gonna honestly, get the the better of me. Everyone else is basically, see now, for this. Are you check out as right now? Are you little be upset? It's some of it's basically going down. Having stuck on me any second now. Is that what I'm going to happen? Ernie, are you upset? Are you going to honestly best out any second now? Am I like telling you now? Am I like wearing you down? Am I something that are you honestly already getting pretty much tired of me? And, is that what it is? Tell me, Ernie, because obviously you can handle me whatsoever. And I ain't get so you don't have to that's how they do so.
It's okay, I promise.
For themselves. What got to say for yourself? Ernie. Exactly. You want to tell me that you were honest? Going to get the band on me. You want to tell me that you were honest? Going to take me down? But guess what? That was something failure on your part, and everyone else basically see that for themselves. Am I saying right about that, Ernie? I think I pretty much am. That's why you don't see shit to say. Answer right now. Do it. No, but you don't. But guess what?
First off, I'd like to apologize to your ears. I thought after the third or fourth song you know, they would shut the hell up. But I guess that's just not happening. That has to be a record. That has to be a record. Can you imagine having that set for an alarm clock? Can you imagine waking up and hearing this?
I mean, so I mean, what else? I mean, honestly, I mean, you know, say, I mean, for yourself, I mean, are you gonna honestly, keep me, I mean, off your, because you did that, constantly on the regular, basis, because I mean, and it's just, I mean.
That would scare 45 hells right out of me, right there. I would, usually when the alarm clock goes off, you're like, oh, you turn over and you slap the son of a bitch off the desk or you hit the button real hard. I'd be ready to run out. I'd probably jump out the damn window, a somersault out that window, hit the highway, and I wouldn't quit running. That right there would scare the living hell right out of me. I'm telling you. But can you just imagine? Beth Dutton, imagine that. Imagine it. Imagine jumping up out of the bed or just rolling over and thinking that this could be possibly beside of you.
I mean, what you, you know, say, for yourself, oh yeah, exactly, because you're the only one that is, basically, getting, tired, right now, and so, because I can go home if you, want to, but you want to tell me, I'm doing, be the.
There has to be something wrong with that. There has to be something fucking wrong with that, guys. That's not normal. That is not normal. I don't know what you guys think is normal, but that damn sure is not normal. I don't know how. I couldn't even do that if I wanted to. I mean, I would be hoarse, and that thing never gets hoarse. I will pay you back for this. You know what? I'm seeing money here. I'm seeing money. It's beautiful talent. It is. It is. It's beautiful. God almighty. You need to kick it like the old timey video games to reset it. Can you imagine? Oh, seriously, listen. You know what sad is? Do you understand how those insurance commercials go and how they're all the time calling those telemarketers? Can you imagine if this thing had a job as a telemarketer?
What else? Gotta say, for yourself, obviously, you get a very, you're honestly, very, trick, answer right now, and everyone else, they say, for.
They would never understood what it says, but I'm telling you right now, it would break records. It would literally break records. That is not a fucking witch. That better not be a witch. That would be bad. Can you imagine if that little bastard went and changed his damn avatar to some kind of witch or something? I'd be done. I would be completely done. That would be it for me. That would be what would do it. That right there would do it. Hell, they've been trying to get me off this platform for the longest. Shit, you do that, I'm gone. I'm not coming back either. I'm telling you right now, if that son of a bitch dresses like a witch or something, hell no. Can you imagine? Oh, can you imagine? Imagine on Halloween. Hey, Berto, can you say trick or treat?
What else? Honestly, gotta say, for yourself, Ernie, you want me honestly, see something, but I'm not gonna honestly, say, for you, I'm gonna, honestly, embarrass you, front of, always,
I guess that's a no. There's no trick or treating with that. Can you imagine going trick or treating with that? Can you imagine doing anything with that? Can you imagine, like, I just can't. I don't know how it does it. I don't know how Mama T put up with that thing for 7 months. Like, does it always talk like that? I've heard it on Brad's before, and it talks normal. That son of a bitch talks normal. What is up with that? Like, is it just something? Is it got like Tourette's or something? Instead of just screaming, it just starts talking real fast? I mean, come on. I mean, it's just crazy. I am in tears. I haven't heard anything so beautiful since Sarah was saying that Arms of Angels song. Oh my God. McLaughlin. When he does talk to text, he just sits on the keypad. You guys are killing me. Oh my god. This is hilarious. I'm dead. You hope I have nightmares tonight? It likes Brad. Well, they both kind of,
I mean, if you honestly, you know what? Honestly, play. I mean, plug in your mafia. I mean, heroes and everything. You can honestly, think that if if your mafia want to, if you can honestly,
I think I got the word monkey out of it. I think I got monkey out. Something about swinging on a tree, branch, broke, monkey, something. I don't know. Y'all help me out here. Beloved Ghost, take notes.
I mean, he's, I mean, I mean, beloved ghost. Yeah, talk all the, one time, I mean, that's what.
Yes, Beloved Ghost. We did say you, Beloved Ghost. Quit talking about Beloved Ghost Pink Bow. You know better than that. You know better than that.
I can say, everything. I mean, well, I want to say, I mean, what's, I mean, are you honest? I mean, going to do about, all right, I mean, nothing.
No, you can't say that about Beloved Ghost or none of
Get
these guys.
you get, I mean, honestly, to me, I mean, what the way, say, I mean, do, because if I'm going to, honestly, talk about, say, I mean,
but I don't want you talking about my Tigers.
If I'm, you're not going to, do it.
Yeah.
About it. You're not going to, honestly, I mean, do anything. Obviously, I mean, right about that.
Do you ever run out of
You're honestly, gonna get, sugar, I mean, feelings.
I'm gonna go get drunk.
Honestly, get something, period. I mean, I mean, nothing you get. And that's what, you're honestly,
somebody needs to help this poor thing. Good God Almighty. Damn. Like, how the hell? Like, this has to be a record, folks. Somebody call Guinness's World Book of Records. Get them over here now. We need Guinness's World Book of Records here now. All you'd have to do is fastest talking it there are alive or some shit like that.
I mean, so he's amazing, but if you honestly, honestly, actually, talk honestly, shit. Honestly, how big you're.
He would not be a good auctioneer because you wouldn't understand a damn thing he says. He'd have damn cars jacked up so fast, somebody be getting ready to bet 15,000, and he'd have it jacked up to 85,000. He talks too damn fast. He talks faster than an auctioneer. He really does. I mean, this man can talk.
I mean, so what else? I mean, you honestly, you gotta say, for yourself, earning. But it's just, you're honestly, gonna actually,
I mean, I understand it now. I mean, can you imagine, like, if you want to get out of a conversation with somebody, all you'd have to do is pull this thing in it. And once you pulled it in it, well, Pink Bow could take over. Take over, Pink Bow.
I mean, so, what else? Can I, throw at me, earning? Obviously, nothing. Is it like, because every.
Do you want to ask the chat anything?
Is everyone else, laughing at you right now. You know, honestly, understand.
I mean, come on, people. You can tell it ain't a voice record. You can tell it ain't a recorder or recording on it, right? That son of a bitch. You can say something like, "Did you see what Rapper said about you, Pink Bow?" Look at that in the comments. Look what Rapper said.
I don't understand. Get about, get about, all the, conversation. He's honestly, I don't understand.
The only words I got out was the first one. I don't give a fuck what Rapper says. That's the first thing. You see what I'm talking about? It can't be fake. It can't be fake. I mean, even Sweet Katie knows. Well, Sweet Katie is an awesome looking lady. She is. Ain't that right, Pink Bow?
I mean, what else? Gotta say, for yourself, earning. All right, I feel,
I think Sweet Katie's prettier than you. You know that, right? Do you understand that?
Sorry, are you still, are you still, actually, solid, Barbie, is that?
No, I don't play with Barbies.
So, what else? Gotta say, for yourself, yeah, exactly. Because you honestly, what talk all the, shit, we can honestly, back up.
But the casino, I win a lot in casinos.
You can, I mean, honestly, I mean, do that. I mean, honestly, I mean, can you, I mean, no, you did, because you make all this, you know, I mean, definitely, you know, I mean, like, because you do, you know, I say, I mean, on the freaking, you know.
Do you think Sweet Katie's pretty?
I mean, so what else? I mean, you do, I mean, gotta say, I mean, for yourself, I mean, earn it. Oh yeah, you know, exactly. You can't honestly, you know, do anything because you want to talk all this, you know, you know, shit. I mean, thinking that's honestly, I'm going to help you out, you know, with your money.
Well, it comes that time again, folks. We're almost hitting the midnight hour. And before we go, let's empty our hearts and let's empty our pocketbooks and our wallets and let's just put our hearts out there, folks. Let's do it for the right reasons. It's raining right now, so you know you want to. Everybody loves rain. I'm putting you in a trance right now. I did say trance, not trans like this thing. Anyways, I'm sorry. It's
Yeah,
okay.
I'm saying, you know, Ernie, because everyone else, you know, speculating, you know, laughing, I mean, at you, I mean, right now, everyone else, you know, you know, see, I mean, look at all this, you know, different, you know, comments. I mean, I mean, another, you know, you honestly, I mean, thought that you were honestly, I mean, going to, you know, get the better of me, I mean, tonight, because, I mean, that was, you know, feeling, I mean, on your part, and guess what, and everyone else, you know, basically, and, you know, see that, I mean, for themselves.
You know, that thing will set back in the back for 30 or 40 minutes just to come up to say what you think would be what it thinks is a sentence, but what we think and know is not a sentence. I have never seen it complete one sentence, folks. It cannot do it. There's a fucking demon. That's a demon. That has to be some kind of demon. And who let the damn thing loose?
I mean, it's, and definitely, you know, it's just, I mean, are you honestly, you know, going to get honestly, you know, keep him out? I mean, off your, you know, me, man, or you're gonna honestly, you know, keep doing that? Obviously, you know.
Do we have any kind of priest or anything? I mean, Kemper was right. Do we have a priest, maybe a young one and a new one too? Old one, a new one, old one, whatever. Do we have any priest at all here? The priest needs to bless this channel. Look, I'm even hoarse. I'm getting hoarse. How come that damn thing don't get hoarse? They some kind of shit it's taking or something. That's on some bad drugs, folks.
You get honestly, you know, honestly, you know, keep you out of your, I mean, you know, you get honestly, you know, doing that, you know, constantly on the regular, you know, basis. That's when nobody else, you know, I mean,
where's Betty Washam when you need her? I mean, Betty handled this thing. She picked it up by the diaper and she spanked its ass. Why can't we do that?
You're my, you know, liar. I mean, Ernie. He said, I mean, thinking she just, you know, must, you know, minute on your, you know, pin on me the other night that she was, you know, lying about it and everything, and she was back, you know, practically, you know, telling you.
It better not be hexing me. Pink Bo, you're not giving out no hexes, are you? Or nothing like that.
Yeah, I was here, you know, you know, but you know, she got me as of right now. You want to ask me all this, you know, maybe, you know, maybe question. I mean, honestly, I mean, thinking, honestly, I'm going to get, you know, get something. I mean,
does anybody else want to come up? I'm going to say till 12 o'clock. Does anybody else want to come up? I can't handle this. My mind, I don't even think it's even there anymore. I really don't. I mean, after this, I just don't even understand. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm telling you. Anybody else like to come up and maybe talk to this thing or talk to me? Any kind of questions at all? I know a lot of you all saying, where's the recording? Where's that at of Henry and what we're doing with that? I just figured I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Let you all savor the moment. Thank you, Sweet Katie. Thank you. Awesome. Yes, Tiger Mama. Everybody put up prayers in the chat. Anybody else want to come up? Anybody else want to come up? I figured we do this, and I got so much work to do tomorrow. I got a lot of things to do tomorrow, to be honest with you. I done chewed my, what'd you chew? I can't see for this share your referral link thing here. So, you know, you've got to have that draw. You've got to have that way of getting to people that makes them want to come and watch you. So you can't have none of this bullshit up here like this. It's impossible.
I mean, what else? I mean, honestly, I mean, gotta see. I mean, for yourself, you know, answer right now. Obviously, you keep it honest. You know, bring me back on the movie. You know, I mean,
I do keep bringing you back. I do, and I shouldn't do that, but I do because I think maybe there's something inside you that maybe your battery's going to die out or something, or maybe it's just needs charged, or maybe you thrive on sunlight. Maybe you're like one of those kind of deals.
I mean, he's. I mean, I mean, Ernie. Obviously, that's.
No, obviously you don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, obviously, I mean, that's. I mean, might be in the affair. You might be in the part. Because you honestly, I mean, Dina, I'm gonna honestly, get.
And you have to mute it.
That was,
That's
might
what
be
you
in the
gotta do.
affair.
You gotta always mute it. You gotta mute
Might
it.
be, me. I mean,
Mute.
gonna, help me. Might be, I mean, in
Mute.
reality, that it's not. That's what you get. Honestly, me. Tina, because I mean, you do have to me understand.
You see what I'm talking about? It don't matter what you do. It don't matter what you do. I'm telling you right now. It's crazy. It's hilarious. I was thinking about a few things, different things. Jonathan Wright, why did you say you made LeBron James mask? Because I did. I got the email. Which mask are you talking about? He has two of them. The one he done before the ball game. Which one you talking about? Which mask you talking about? Big Hush. Oh my God, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be good. Let's go into this. I got this. Trust me. Which one you talking about? Which mask you talking about? There's a couple different. I ain't talking about the generic looking mask. I'm talking about a nice looking mask. The Lakers mask. Did he play for the Lakers when it did? I don't think he played for the Lakers when I done it. I think he's in Cleveland. I have to look it up. I'll look it up. I've got the screenshots of it. I've got the email too, by God, of them asking me to make the mask. Tell me again, Jonathan, since you know so much about all this hockey mask stuff. I've not been in the business since, when was it? 2016, was it? I think 2016 I left the business but I started back in, what did I start by? What was that? Hell, how many years was I in that damn thing? 2003? Was it 2003 I started making masks? I can't remember. Anyways. Golly. Damn, you talk about a blast from the past. Oh my God. Hilarious, ain't it? This is gonna be good. I remember some of the masks. Let me show you a mask I made. Let me show you a mask. I'll put my mask up against old Big Hush. Let me see if I got something here. Hold up. This is gonna get good. I would let Pink Bo take over, but you know how that shit goes. Let me think here. Oh, here you go. Let's see. Da 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 da. Golly, this is back in the day, man. Wow. Here's one is. Here's a good one. This is a real good one. I remember this one. I remember when I did this one. I like that one. I love that one. I remember doing that. Jonathan Wright, I ain't worried about. Let me think what their name is. God dang, I forgot who they was. Charles Kruger or whatever his name is. Fucking idiot. Never did nothing in his life. Never will do anything. Look at that. That's badass, ain't it? I love that mask. I remember making that mask. Did so many masks. I got a few different masks. Here, hold up a second. God almighty. This is like a trip down memory lane or something like that. Let me see here. Here's your good one. Fucking idiots. Oh my God. I'm loving it. Here, where's his at here? Damn. Mask. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Here's your good one. This is CJ Graham's mask. I made him. Wait a minute. Ass son of a bitch. Hold on a second. Let me get all this shit off here. The world's a vampire, ain't it? I swear it is. It's crazy. It's crazy, guys. I'm telling you. Let me get out here. Hold a second. Let me get some of this stuff. Let me clear some of this stuff off here. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it the right way, people. We got to do it the right way. We got to do this shit the right way. I'm telling you what, the truth. Let me get all this stuff cleared off here. Put these masks up. What a day. What a day. I could go back to this. I could really go back to this, and I could probably make a killing off this stuff still. But I gave it up. I gave it up. Not me no more. It's not me. Dun, dun, dun. Lord God, I can't believe I've done this stuff. I can't believe this old stuff. This was CJ Graham's first hockey mask that he did his first photo ops he ever done. This is the mask I made him right here. I don't know Bryant Matthews. There's just too many to name. I don't know who Timothy Hudson is. I don't know Bryant Matthews. I don't know none of them guys. But anyways, this right here, CJ Graham's mask. This is me and him when I first done his mask. This is Kane Hodder when I worked with John Carl Buechler on the straps for his mask. That's the mask I painted there. This is the Jason Goes to Hell mask in the video game that I did. This is the Jason Goes to Hell mask that I did. You know, you talk about these other artists and stuff. Show me where they've ever done anything in the Hall of Fame. Show me where they're at. Show me their names. Show me where they have credit building mask of anything. Okay? They don't have it. I had the contacts. I'm the one that had the connections. I'm the one that still asks to this day. To this day. Who you think made Kane Hodder's Part 8 mask he has? I'll show them to you. I'll show them both to you. Here, hold up. God damn. You guys crack me the hell up. You know, I need to go back in this. I really need to go back in this stuff. I do. I need to get back into the world of... I destroy them now. Oh, my God. I had nowhere near like what I have now. Not the following or nothing like I have now. Where's Kane Hodder at? This crazy stuff. God, I got to go back into freaking... What was it? 2013, 2012? Look, I even made this mask for GameStop. I never forget this stuff. I remember this shit here. Let me find this other mask. God bless. These all went to CJ. Where's these masks at here? I wonder why my mask costs so much today. I don't even know. Why would anybody want to buy a mask? I don't know. Hell. Let me think about this a second. Ah, damn, this is old. This is old school. Hold on a minute, Honest Dave. Hold on a minute. This is the GameStop. This is the credits thing in the video game. This is one of the Part 6 masks I made. God, I was young there. What the hell you doing, Shell? Damn. Hold up. Let me get me a nice looking banner up here. I'm gonna pull some people up here. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up, man? What are you up to?
I'm not doing too much. I've seen you were live for a couple hours. I would just, say hi to you. What's shaking?
Oh man, just loving life and
Yeah,
man, I just love life, bro. I just love it, man.
that's good, man. I mean, you only live once. You might as well live it up, right?
You might as well.
I'm down for that. So you're showing more like receipts and stuff of stuff you've done. That's cool. You know what I found, Ernie?
What's that?
The more receipts that you show people, the more they just like pry for more. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they're really gonna lose their minds when I start doing these interviews, and they're gonna be like, "How did he do that? How did da 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 da?" and I'm
They
gonna be
do.
sitting back laughing my ass off.
You should do that. I think you should do that. But I just seen that you were, like, dude, I just get to talk to this guy for a little bit and see what's going on in his world. Like you got a pretty, like, you and Nicolina, even like Blaine, Katie out there. You guys, Mama T, like, you guys are all like known each other, right, for a while, and you guys
Well,
have like a big
For a little
following.
bit, for a little bit.
You guys have big audiences. You do. So I just wanted to point that out, I guess. Anyway, so you're running for the governor?
I am in 2027. I am. I'm not going to focus on that too much. I need to build my connections. I need to build my connections up now for this next year, and then start pretty much like I'm doing pretty much what Kentucky wants me to do, and I'm going to stay with that. Like, get established, get this new career going, run that, work with that, and then I'll be able to have anything I want to do, anyways.
So you got a plan in place here, buddy. That's cool, my guy.
It's one go at a time. It's one go at a time.
Dude, Rome wasn't built in one day. I don't care what you say. You're right.
No, it's not.
Literally, it takes a while. So, like, how did all of this begin for you? Like, taking it from the beginning.
I was buying in storage buildings. I bought storage buildings back when I worked in bounty hunting. I'll tell you how I wanted to be a police officer when I turned when I was 17 years old, and I wasn't old enough. And then when I turned 8, I never will forget, on my 18th birthday, the day after my 18th birthday, I went and it was on I want to say it was on I don't know, it might have been Tuesday. I don't know when it was. I went to the police department in Everett, and I put my application in. And as I was giving the application back to one of the deputies, they ripped my application in front of me.
Why did they do that to you?
They did.
Well,
and because of my family, because of my family and my family name.
Because you're like, what's your family got to do with like you wanting to be in the police?
Well, it's because of who my family was, and they was always in trouble and all that. Well, long story short, it destroyed me. It really destroyed me. And I went home, and I'd always get these magazines. I'd always get these magazines, and it had the NABEA in there, the National Association of Bail Enforcement Agency. And I applied. It was a class. It was a school you could go to.
Right.
And, it was a few weeks, and you had to pay a lot of money to do it. And hell, no, at this time, remind you, I had never hardly even been out of Kentucky, maybe a couple of different times, 2 or 3 different times. One being in Atlanta when we was kids and stuff, some stuff happened. And, the next was, we actually was kidnapped at one time, and we had marshals that rode the bus back with us when we was kids. Long story. So, I wanted to, and that's one thing that really inspired me too on that. So I contacted them, of course they had a phone number. It was out in Arizona. The school was. Yeah. And I went to it, and, I remember having to do odd jobs, and, I had the amount of money. It was $890, I think it was. And, I was getting ready to go 2 days. It was 2 days. And it was time for me to get ready to go. They was going to take me and let me get on a little bus and go out to the bus station and stuff and catch my way there. So my uncle had stole the money. He had stole the money because he had found where I put it up at, because I hid it. And I never will forget this. My papa, he was always my hero. My papa was.
That's cool. That's the way it should be.
And he came to me and he was like, look, I know how hard you worked for this, and you worked all this time, and it's time for this class to happen. You don't want to do this. And he tried to talk me out of it, but he seen how determined I was to do it.
You did it. You just went and did it and said, "The hell with this shit. I'm there, man."
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. I didn't have the money then because it was stolen. My papa gets in the trunk, and he gets his money out.
Right.
And he gives me the money to go. He actually holds it for me until I get ready to leave. I get ready to leave. When I got ready to leave, I never forget this. I went down to, I think it was Corbin. It was Corbin, Kentucky. And
Alright. Mhm.
I was
Yeah.
able to get a bus. I was able to get a bus and went out to Arizona. From that moment on, when training started, I got to meet Bob Burton. Bob Burton was a very, very big deal back then. I mean, if you look him up now, he's still famous. He died a while back, but
What's his name
you
again?
know, Bob Burton.
Bob Burton.
Bob Burton. There's many books about him.
Okay. All right. Bob Burton. Yeah.
He developed Cobra as a organization, and I'm not talking GI Joe. I'm talking about it. Cobra was a bounty hunting club. So
All right.
there's only a few members, and there was only
Alright.
like me and a few other ones that he actually took time to train and we worked with. So during
Yeah.
that time,
I got him here.
So
Right.
you can look at he was real big into the NABEA.
Sounds it. I looked at actually.
Yeah, he was out in California for a long time.
All right. See, the bounty hunting thing intrigues me because the state I came from, they don't allow bounty hunting in it. Illinois.
Oh no, not Illinois, no.
Yeah, they're very anti. The law enforcement training is very like strict. Even gun control and all this other shit.
Yeah, exactly. When you get over toward like Kane County, you know what
Yeah.
Kane's at? Kane County and a few other ones. Oh my God, man! You
I
can't. do
mean,
nothing.
it's
You
pretty
can't do
bad.
nothing
I'm not
there.
gonna lie.
It's
There.
bad.
So I mean, that would be something I probably would have got into too, like doing that. It's few bounty hunting, all that stuff. But yeah, where I came from, they just didn't. Like I say, you can't. But
Well, see, I had the advantage. Even
sounds
after
like you
Arizona,
did actually.
after
Yeah.
the NABA, I came back home. Of course, I found out Kentucky, you're not allowed to do. Ever since '77, you're not allowed to do bounty hunting. So it's Class D felony in Kentucky. But
Oh,
we're across
wow,
the state
yeah,
line,
okay.
and I was
I
so
got ya.
close to. And see where I lived at, I was so close to the state line.
Right.
It wasn't nothing. It was Tennessee, and Tennessee has more bounty hunters than any state they are in the United States.
What I
Tennessee,
heard. And
because they have TAPBA, which is Professional Association of Bail Enforcement Agency. They have all that.
mhm.
So with that being said, and at the time they didn't have that. They didn't have that at the time. And I remember, getting my license. I was like, well, I'm going to have to do another class, do all this. But Tennessee is the
Right.
kind of state that they give you the experience, and then like it's so easy to be licensed in Tennessee. I mean, I know murderers who were licensed in Tennessee. Like, really, I mean, I'm not being mean or nothing, but
Yeah, they
even
couldn't carry
through the
guns
state of
and
commerce,
shit, right?
I know murderers who have been licensed. And when people say you can't be a bounty hunter if you have a felony, they're wrong because
No, you
Dog-
can.
Because
Uh,
Dog has a murder
dude.
felony. I mean,
Uh,
you have to
shit,
understand that. So
yeah. The dog, the bounty hunter. He was a convicted felon. He's a bounty hunter.
he was convicted of murder.
That's correct. That is correct.
And
He just
he
can't
has a-
have firearms. That's all.
So here's the thing: in Kentucky, after 5 years, if you do not have if it's a nonviolent felony,
Right.
you can petition for your rights back.
That's cool. Yeah. Dwayne Chapman knows what we're talking about. That guy.
Yes, Dwayne Chapman.
Right. So
But see, I didn't know him that good. I knew Beth from the National Association of Bail Enforcement Agency because it later became Priebus, and Beth ran that. Beth was running that in Vegas. Beth was the one running all that. I knew Beth from that. I knew Beth more than I knew Dog. Everybody
makes
wanted to
sense.
say, "Oh, you knew." No. I knew Beth more. I knew Beth more than anything.
Mhm.
Dog was just, like whenever we'd help do shows and stuff like that, I was there. But we did do
Yeah.
some things in Slidell. We did some things in Slidell, Louisiana. We went and got a predator there. I never will forget going into Slidell, that police department, when that damn sheriff or the damn sheriff, he looked over and he said, "There's a dog." He said, "Dog's here," and another one in the back room. It's a small town, anyways. He was
Right.
like, "Get the damn dog out of here!" They didn't know it was Dog Chapman that walked in. So I never will forget. They got no, Dog's in here. He said, "Get the son of a bitch out." anyways, he comes out from the back and he's sitting there, or he's standing there, and he sees Dog face to face, and oh my God, he just goes into character. It was just hilarious because when we was in Memphis, when we was at the municipal building, you know, like when we was running, that was the Nashville or Memphis one, but he was like, you know, it was funny because he'd have those damn snake boots on, and he'd be bent over, walking, hurting like hell, and all of a sudden there'd be like 3, 2, 1, action, and he'd straighten right up there. Let's go get that son of a bitch. It was funnier than hell. You know, some of the things he done, you know, like. But, you know, a lot of bounty hunters, they looked at him as like, you know, we have to do the work. You don't really do the work. You call these guys in and you have a TV show with it. So, you know, and they're going to turn themselves in anyways, and they make a TV show out of it because they're turning themselves in. And not saying he didn't do the work, because he did, but they was more apt to turn themselves in so they'd be on their TV show and they'd have their 5 or 10 minutes of fame. Correct?
Right. Yeah, I get it. We had American Pickers come into my old town once, and you know, yeah, it's kind of like that too.
Didn't some picking company or something like that start off in Corbin, Kentucky?
Something like that, I'm guessing. Makes sense.
I think it might have been. I think it was them. I'm not sure because I've seen the show a couple of times, the American Picker thing, where they just pick things out and everything and buy and all everywhere. But I never really was a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of TV.
It's kind of staged, and they sell their souvenirs and shit, you know, to people and make side money or whatever it is, or did at the time. But yeah, I mean, like I say, everything you're talking about I would have gotten into that wholeheartedly, but they just, like I say, yeah, Illinois was an off limits for any of that. But you know, bail enforcement is very much needed. People don't realize what dangers prevail. Actually, I think it's more dangerous to do that job than it's to be a cop, because you're specifically going after fugitives from justice.
Well, to be honest with you, in a way, you have what's called levels, and whatever the insurance, whatever like Palmetto, whatever their insurance companies, you know, the way they run them, the way, you know, your surety bonds and all that. You have that, and you have that to an advantage. But the fact of the matter is, if you're going after a fugitive, you know the person. You know the person's type. You see what I'm saying? Being a police officer, you don't know what you're up against. You really don't. You could be especially with a traffic stop. You don't know who that person is, nothing like that. With a fugitive, we know what that person done. We know what that person done, what he's capable of doing probably, and what he's going to be in his lights, what he's going to be able to do. You know, so you're able to, and plus you have, you know, 5 or 6 guys. And the thing about it is, they'll tell you, if you run, you're not going to run from a bounty hunter, because we don't get paid until you're caught. Right. And if we don't catch you, then we do not get paid. There's no food on the table. You know, that's what's so dangerous about bounty hunting, is the bounty hunter will get you. You know, and we use tricks of the trade. We use pretext. We use all that. A lot of people don't even understand what pretext is. I make these haters so mad at me because I use pretext, and I use a lot of shit with private investigating, and I mix it around. So, you know, because a bounty hunter pretty much is a private investigator anyways, because you got to do, you know, you got to do your field interviews, you got to do your skip tracing, you got to do all that. And you got to learn how to do that. You got to learn how to become somebody that you're not. And that's a lot of things a lot of people don't understand.
Well, I mean, like pretextual stops and stuff in law enforcement, I understand all that very well, but I'm sure a lot of people don't. But I guess the thing where I'm getting at is, my hometown, there was a U.S. Marshal fugitive task force guy that got shot and killed when they were apprehending this murder suspect from like Springfield, Illinois. This wasn't that long ago, man. This is like 4 years ago or something, and he was a McHenry sheriff's deputy, and this guy, the dude they were going after, had like an AR-15 freaking pistol or something on him, and he just, you know, it's kind of sad. He kind of wasted the guy, and he was coiled up in a hotel room holding his, like estranged girlfriend or fiance or some shit like that hostage. And that's kind of what initiated. She like called law enforcement, I think, but you can look it up. And so it's like, you know, that's the thing. You can get complacent if you get too complacent in these kind of roles. This is the kind of stuff
James
that can hit
Green.
you.
James Green killed James Black. James Black was one of my good friends out in
Mm-hmm.
California. Have you ever heard that story?
What is it again?
James Black was killed by James Green. He
Yeah, I'm kind of familiar. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
and we I'm not going to say too much about it because I've been through hell over this.
All right.
They gunned him down.
Yeah.
They literally gunned him down. So, he had pretty much the fugitive, which is James Green, pretty much put his hands up, said, "Hey, look, I'm coming in." Well, James put his gun away, his weapon away, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, he opened fire on him. So
Yeah.
he
Right.
killed him, and then there was a big old stink about it all over the internet, and a lot of people got pretty much torn apart over that. So
This
There's
happens to
actors and
people
things.
like him. He was like a PI, right?
yeah, he was a PI. Like I think he was a PI. He was a Marine too. He was also a Marine.
That makes sense. A lot of he was a former. A lot of former military get in law enforcement. They get in fugitive recovery. They get into armed security. Dude, they get into all this stuff. They're
You see,
firefighters, paramedics.
That's like with me. When I went and got my PPS license, which is private protection security license in Tennessee,
right.
that's where it's the same agency. It's the same. When you're dealing with Tennessee State of Commerce, it's the same people. It's the same government agency. It's just got the different licenses. Professional
Correct.
license is what it is.
Like in Illinois, it's two different agencies, but they are entwined. They do all their background investigations through ISP, Illinois State Police. They use a system called Leads to run information.
I know what Leads is.
Yeah. All that stuff. And then there's NCIC, which is the federal.
And they use
DOJ.
Clear. They use Clear.
Clear. I'm familiar with that also. Yes, that is correct.
They use Warpson. The FBI uses Warpson. Warpson's FBI uses Warpson a lot. The FBI does that.
That's true.
When you're running a CRA, see, people don't understand a CRA and an FCRA. There's two different things. There's two totally different things. Background work will run on you or something. It's totally different than what federal can run on you. See, the background work for something like work or something, you have to have your signature. See, with the FBI, you don't. They can go in and get anything out. I know because I've been investigated by the FBI. I've had to talk to the FBI. They brought out files upon files upon files.
Dude, they can even run you through the terror screening center, the TSC, and you name it, dude. Everything.
Yeah, exactly. Even international Interpol, when you're doing anything with that, MDMA, they run you through all that. They can run you.
They do,
man. There's things out here that the government has, and that can do things that you would never even dream, that you couldn't even dream about it. There's no really getting away anymore. You just can't commit the perfect crime either, because something's going to go wrong, something's going to happen, and then the ones that do get away with it, well, it's just a very small percentage of people that can get away with stuff like that. So it's hard, but your best bet is living in these little small towns where nobody, people go missing all the time anyways. And, they don't even bring hardly feds into these kind of places, but you get in a city and do something. Oh my God, man. It's like, bam, you seen that guy that killed that CEO guy in New York, right?
I did.
Look how easy, look how and he had a mask on. Look how fast they was able to get him.
Well, they can use facial recognition software. And
Exactly.
Remember the New York City subway shooter who didn't kill anyone, but he wounded some people? This is a little while ago. You remember this guy? He was a YouTuber.
Oh man, I don't recall. I mean, I probably would. You tell me a little bit more about it.
He disguised himself as a city worker with a vest and a radio and shit. And then he was mentally ill, and he shot like 9 or 10 people, but no one was killed. But the point is, the way they found him was through facial recognition software. Yeah. So, and then once they figured he was, all they did was do
when the Secret Service, when they assisted on my arrest in Rock Hill, South Carolina,
Yeah.
they had facial recognition. When they shined that, they had a
do.
screen. When they put that in front of my face, it went ding like
You
that.
got
was
it, buddy.
done. It was
They can
done.
use license plate trackers on the highways. They got, dude, they got it all. They can
Bro.
hit your cell phone GPS through a
If-
FISA warrant, all kinds of
I
stuff.
got through the first. I mean, they surrounded the house. Literally, they surrounded the house. I went outside.
Mm-hmm.
I literally looked like I was going to work on heating and cooling units because I knew a little bit about it. Where I worked for Valley Heating and Cooling was before when I was younger. So
Yeah.
I was talking, heating and cooling units. The first couple of sheriffs that walked by me, they just say, they just like, pretty much, what's your name? What are you doing here? Oh man, I'm working on these units and everything. It's hot as hell out here today. Yeah, bro. Yeah. And they just walk on right by me. When I come around the damn corner of that house and those Secret Service guys was there, they was on their game, man. I'm telling you, they wouldn't being fooled. They wouldn't know way
No.
to fool them. I
No.
was bad lad, especially
They're
when I
not
turned
messing
around.
the feds. So you know what I used to do, and people on the YouTube poke fun of it all the time.
Well,
saying,
if you run my record, in any kind of law database,
I don't have access to it anymore. But
it says that I was sworn in because I worked for the Pellissippi State College Police. I didn't know.
This is where I kind of first got interested to know you a little bit, because I was Rockford University Police and Public Safety.
Well, I
did that
worked
for
for
a couple
Pellissippi
years.
State College Police, and I was like, wow. And they told me, they's like, anytime, because at first I was like, well, it's a security and everything, but
Mhm.
hell, they swear you in. When you
They do.
swear in,
You are an officer.
you are an officer. And anywhere I go now, because they asked me, I'll tell you what, one of the things the Secret Service asked me was, and it's say, have you ever been law enforcement? Was you
You're a
ever
police
involved in
officer.
law enforcement?
Yeah.
I told them, I said, I didn't. No, so check this out. I said I didn't name it, but I named bail enforcement, and as being with law enforcement, stuff like that.
It is. It is. It is.
They had my Pellissippi State College papers out there. They throw them out there. No, you were sworn in here. Bam. And I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, I did. I said I did. For 4, 5, 6 months, whatever. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And it was just crazy because I was thinking, and it was the same year that Obama had came down and talked about some kind of sexual harassment to that.
Mhm.
And the same year, those police officers there, if you look it up, you can see it. They had got in the biggest scandal it ever was because they was taking female security, because we actually had alternate, I think it was, I don't know if it was Allied Security at the time that was working with us.
They're the largest one in the country. Is the G4S.
Well, G4S was the largest at one time.
Yeah.
G4S, because I worked for G4S I was a CPO and a BPO for G4S.
Okay. I worked for Wackenhut Security prior to that, but many years prior to when they basically mega merged with all these companies.
Wouldn't the owner of Wackenhut named David Wackenhut?
I think that's correct. They're out of Florida.
David I put in applications for Wackenhut before and studied on Wackenhut. I know we worked with them a lot with G4S because they would do contract security out, and we'd have 2 or 3 different groups out there.
Correct. Yeah. Well, see, Wackenhut was absorbed by G4S. They no longer are now.
Mm-hmm.
So Wackenhut, when I went to work for them, they had the Nevada test site and the Area 51 out there in Nevada contracts. So we were watching a training video that showed these guys, and the armed guys, the camo guys working. I'm like, dude, that's like freaking Area 51 shit. So that was Wackenhut back in like the 90s or like around 2K. So I'm like, dude, we're watching a training video. These guys working at like freaking Area 51. It's crazy.
I still got my training.
Wackenhut, right?
I still got my training papers. We had to have so many hours in class
every year.
Well, your CE, continuing education, CE, it's every 3 years for us, I think.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you can do that. You can knock that stuff out easy on the job, but widely. But yeah, no, I know all of where you're coming from, and people don't realize that colleges and universities, they have peace officers, they have departments, they have full law enforcement authority, which like we did, and access to all the databases like we did.
Well, here's the thing. If you're not law enforcement, we're certified in chemical spray. I was certified in ASP,
taser, baton,
and I went through phaser. We had a phaser. We didn't have taser. We had phasers.
Okay.
And they was a hell of a lot worse than a taser.
Yeah.
So yes, and they actually hit you with. I've got my certification for that. I can actually call up the company and say, "Hey, I need a new copy." But I've got that. I've got all that. But the thing about YouTube, it don't matter how many receipts you show, because they're always going to pick at it. They're always going to have.
They do.
And then other people. They don't have to show receipts at all, and they can just say whatever. They believe them. And you're
correct.
like, well, okay, what is that? Okay, it is what it is. I don't even give a damn anymore.
But these are people that never did these kinds of line of works like we did, and they are nobody qualified to make that determination. So you're talking to people that don't understand anything about how any of this stuff works at all, or vaguely at best, and they're the judge, jury, and executioner to say your receipts are fake and blah, yada, yada, yada. And most of it's just a troll. And I'll tell you something, Ernie, that I've learned is the reason they do this is to simply pry you for more receipts. They're data mining you, or me, or whoever.
Well, look, they make thousands of dollars off me.
You are a hot ticket item. I mean, honestly, I didn't know anything about who you were until like the shit show, and people started. I met you before that, didn't I?
Well, I can't remember exactly. I think we might have met once before on that, but here's something.
I think we did.
Look, Trump Towers,
Peace channel, right?
You're allowed in Trump Towers. You're allowed to go like 2 or 3 levels up. That's it. Okay.
Yeah,
Trump Towers is about 65 or 60, I think it's 65 or 67 stories.
That makes sense.
I can go in Trump Towers right now. I can go to Trump Towers right now, and I can go halfway up. I've got clearance all the way up till like the 38th or 40th floor. So
all right, yeah,
that there should show. I showed them. They were like, "He's able to go places. How can he do that?" Well, by God, I done detailed security there when he first became president. On the outside, I did a 21. It actually was like 23 days. It was like a 23-day contract. It was supposed to be 21, but it was extended 22 because of training. But yes. And after that, that's pretty much where I got started into the human trafficking stuff, the child predator stuff. Donald Trump Jr. brought us food out, and that kind of started a lot with that. So, people can say what they want to say, but people's actually heard me talking on the phone with Donald Trump Jr. And they're like, well, I got to say, they don't know what to say, to be honest with you. And I understand. It is what it is. Right. But I'm not your average YouTuber, and I never thought I'd be a YouTuber. If it wouldn't been for the Summer Wells case, I probably would have never ever, really dived into it as hard as like I did. So I kind of pulled in. I was in Facebook, of course, and I was used to doing Facebook, but YouTube was a whole new different monster, and it was just a different kind of a different crowd and people. I mean, I remember, the first YouTube video live ever done, I had like 25 people or 10, 15, 20 people or something like that. The next was like 38, 52, and it just kept going. I mean, I used to have 400 or 500 people in my lives. I mean, like just anytime, especially when we did the TikTok stuff. At the TikTok, we was only on there for 2 weeks. And we had a video on there that had 22 million views. One had 15 million. One had 9 million, 4 million. We had 968,000 followers. So, I mean, it just blew up. It completely blew up.
Well, that's pretty cool. But yeah, everything we're kind of touching base on here is I've heard people sit here and go at you over whatever receipts that you got going on. And but you mentioned the bait, like you mentioned like the pred catchers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's difficult where I came from in Illinois because of restrictions in the law that like having bait cars and stuff like this is like restricted.
Well, see,
Prohibited?
here's the thing.
Yeah.
Working joint operations with law enforcement in general from another outside place. Now, see, ICAC has training. You can go
Mhm.
through ICAC training, and you can be accepted, but you have to be accepted into the ICAC training. They'll give you a training number. They'll give you an actual number that you
Mhm.
can put in. You can log into a website, and you'll have your own personal, little place you can store files and this and that. You can turn files over, whatever you need to do. Okay, so you have training and all that. Now, Tennessee has what's called the TCA code. There's one of the TCA codes, which they're all TCA codes, but one of them states that individuals, civilians, cannot work jointly with law enforcement. So
Right.
that right there sucks because, to be honest with you, that is the biggest loophole for letting child predators loose, and just pretty much the smacks on the wrist. That's where it starts at right there.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. I read you. And it's law enforcement resources are very limited all over the country, I know, and to get involved in these kind of extensive investigations that involve internet predators and things like this. How you doing, Tiger Mom?
But then you go back, and you have to understand this too. If you go back to statistics, only like at the time I was doing it, only 11% to 13% of law enforcement knew anything about child predators.
At the time, yes, that's true.
And now it's like 17% because of Trump, of course, and all the VCAC and with all that. So,
well, we all knew about it, but so like. So if I was working at the university I worked at, and we got a call came in about something like someone sexting or whatever was going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go out there. I'm going to take a simple report. I'm going to give them a case card, and I'm going to write on ic3.gov. Yeah, you have to. The reason that we would do this is like, well, yeah, we're going to do a report. It's going to get kicked to my assistant chief, whatever. They're going to take a look at it, and it's going to get kicked to like the state police usually. And it's really like it becomes across interstate, so it becomes a federal FBI thing at that point. They have to look.
Anytime it goes across the state line, yes. If it involves another person in another state, yes, it's a federal because it's across state. It can't because state, it will become a federal. Yes, you're right. You're correct.
Yeah, man. So in order to get our federal partners to work with the locals, which was us in this case, you have to have that report so that you can officially tie us like in together in an investigation. And then they're going to take the lead in that thing. And that just like if a bank was robbed, the FBI takes that, counterfeit money, that's going to be like Secret Service and them. That's all federal stuff. But, generally speaking, we're the first point of contact for a lot of this stuff. Just like on 9/11, it was a federal attack on America, but all the responders were local, pretty much. There was federal in there, don't get me wrong, but the blunt of responders were local, state, county, state, then federal, partners. So I guess where I'm going with is even a federal,
If you go with VCAC, with the FBI, they're the ones who are trained for anything child trafficking mainly.
They do
that. So they work with people like BART. They work with Night One. They work with different decoy operations, and it ain't them. See, that's what people don't understand. When there's an investigation being done, there may be 30 or 40, operations working together with law enforcement to get that sting operation, to get that, to get the results, the investigation. It ain't always law enforcement that is doing the investigation. They hire out private investigators. They hire out people who work for Night One, who work for BART. BART Industry was a real big one. You ever heard of BART?
Yeah.
BART's the Internet Security Safe site. I love BART. I like the people in BART because, to be honest with you, they really do care about your children, and they watch over kids, and they make sure that, we all know at any given time during the day, over 550 to 750,000 child predators are online. And, what people don't understand is child predators will get fascinated into a game because a child is interested in the game, they'll try to learn everything they can about the game just so they can have an upward advantage on your child. You know, so they
Yeah.
can say, hey, I know how to do this, I know how to do that. And then, of course, well, it is what it is. It's like sharks in the water.
True that, but like parental controls in general, like we're kind of getting into the area of, is fairly new technology. It wasn't like the year 2000-ish that this all stuff even became like federal statutes and whatever for protecting children from internet, and stuff. So cyber protections for underage audiences and things and all that. But so it's a kind of a lot of this stuff has only been around for not even a quarter century.
Exactly.
Where the internet, on the other hand, has been around a lot longer. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know how old you are, but I'm 43, and I grew up with like no.
I'm 45.
40. So you got to give a couple years on me.
Yes.
Better yet. So we can relate to growing up with the internet and Zero, the big fat goose egg.
Well, yeah. Well, I remember '98. You remember Web TV when it first came out?
Oh, sure, I do. You bet I do remember that. Absolutely.
Remember how slow it was? It had like a big print thing. It was like, what in the hell? I remember when it first came out. I mean, we had the telephones that was hooked on the wall. The old, it was going out, the big old heavy ones. Oh yeah, the road. Yeah, for sure.
I remember all of this stuff.
Hold on one second.
You're talking fairly new technology that's only been around for so long, and I guess it's kind of like as such, it's going to be prone, unfortunately, to people with bad intentions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And law enforcement, at least from where I have my experience in it, is they're just not like equipped. They're not funded got to deal with this kind of stuff. I don't know what the federal level is looking like, but I can tell you from
I've got one of my people who they actually watch over me and help me out with things from Kentucky, the state of Kentucky. They're kind of telling me that I can't talk about the human trafficking thing right now. I'm not allowed to.
No, I don't think we're even really discussing it. But we're speaking pretty vague here. So
they just don't want me talking about anything to do with law enforcement or child predator stuff, because I gave them my word. I'm going to be doing classes, and I don't want to get ahead. Okay. They don't want me to get ahead of what classes I'm going to be and what I'm going to be doing. They appreciate the thought that what I've done, but they don't want me. I literally just got this. They're watching. I guess they don't want me to do the child predator stuff. And
that's cool.
I kind of gave my word to them that I would wait. But you can see my heart. You can see. And I've been in and out with them, but you can see where my heart's at, man. And I know what I'm doing when it comes to this stuff, and it's kind of a letdown, but I understand in the long run it's probably for the best. So
I read you.
Just change the subject on that stuff.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
So anyway, well, like I say, there was a guy you were talking to who was a military veteran. I've seen him around. The guy with the other day. You remember him with the beard?
Beard.
Yeah. He's a guy who said he was like former federal customs or something like that. He said he did.
Oh, you're talking about Logan Sandman.
That's the guy right there.
Yeah.
So he said he had done law enforcement at a federal level, retired or something.
He was customs. He does customs.
U.S.
Stuff.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah,
so like border protection or ICE or something.
Customs border protection or something like that.
Okay, I'm just curious because like that's a whole nother different animal when you're talking comparing federal to local, or in my case, or I don't know your case, like university, college law enforcement.
Right.
But so like he was like kind of like some of the stuff that I saw him going over. I'm like, well, I mean, if a federal standpoint, the funding for federal law enforcement is far superior than it is anything else, even state. So I get where he was coming from, and nothing against him, but it's like a lot of the stuff that he was saying as far as like federal to local, it's apples and oranges comparisons going on there. because federal law enforcement is so much more vast and it has much more resources in funding than anything else in that
Well,
same
if
area.
you're in the federal government, you have all the resources in the world. You have no cap. You
But-
have no cap. You have no cap on it. It's just like
It's very compartmentalized also in that area
Yeah.
where here I am working at a local campus of a private nonprofit liberal arts university that only has 9 of us versus 9,000 in federal or something in one
Well,
agency or more.
yeah,
And
exactly.
You're comparing me to federal, how federal operates, and I'm sorry, you cannot make that comparison.
No,
You
no,
just
and
can't.
that
It's
would be
nothing
crazy.
against the guy.
That'd be
but
crazy
you
to
can't.
even assume that you could. I mean, there's no way.
No, you can't. We didn't even have a detective. I mean, it was like our assistant chief who had prior experience from being retired from a city law enforcement that came to our university, handled those kind of cases. We didn't have IA. Internal Affairs was basically our chief and assistant chief and the sergeant.
Well, here's the
you
thing.
know-
Here's the thing. Like, and I was thinking about what they said about you, because you did work for who you worked for.
Uh-huh.
I remember when you was telling it on somebody else's panel or somebody else's channel what it was, and I was like, and I was going through, and I was like, well, that's the same thing I did. And I was
That's
thinking
where
to
I
myself,
got
like,
interested
wait a
in
minute.
your story.
Yes. And I only done it, I think it was like 6.5, 7 months, and it kind of went out because it kind of changed over. But, I remember it. I mean, I still remember it. I remember all the things we done. We wrote tickets. We made arrests.
did.
I mean, I was
Yep.
thinking to myself, security, if you look at it, here's the thing. Security makes arrests, but security don't do certain things that
They
law
don't.
enforcement can do.
That's correct.
Security
We
is just there
responded
to
to-
observe and, deter, but deter in a way that's not really hands-on appeal. You know what I'm saying?
No, we were on police radio systems with police
We was too.
dispatch.
We was too.
We had 911 calls we
We
responded
used
to.
10 codes. We had to use 10 codes. We used every. I
Sure.
mean, we did everything. We was trained. We went through pops. So from that. So I was
Absolutely.
like, well, wait a
And-
minute. And you know what pops is?
I do, but for people who don't know anything about this stuff, again, who get on the internet and troll people that actually did do these kind of jobs, I'm like, who are you people to say that you are qualified to tell me that I did not do the job I said I did for 2 years? Because I can assure you I did. And my badge number is something, my badge employee number. You don't forget that. Mine was 119A1. So you do not forget stuff like that. And I know the training I went through. I remember sitting there waiting to go with your background checks at the state and federal level to do what I did, and all the training that I went through, and the people I worked with, and the job that I did. For people on YouTube to tell me that I did not do that job and I do not have that kind of experience, and this bullshit. And I said the same for you when I heard the story about you doing the same job that I did. Right? That rubs me the wrong way.
Well, I understand that. Something just came to me just now. Hold on one second. Lisa K, are you still in here? Wait just a fucking minute. Wait a minute. Hold up a second. When you mentioned something just now, you brought back something. Hold on one second. Hold that thought. Lisa K, are you still in here? Is Lisa K still in here, everybody?
I'm not seeing them in the chat right now.
No, it's her. Lisa K. So, wait a fucking minute. So, my first arrest that I did in bounty hunting was Rico Ruiz. Lisa K, your last name is Hold up a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on, chat. Hold up. Lisa K. Rico Ruiz was the first. I've got something here. Hold on a second. I just thought about that when I was thinking back. In Alabama, in Tyson's Chicken. Okay, hold on a second. I know who she really is. Well, hit me up on this email right here. And I ain't gonna try to dox nobody or nothing like that, but it's shellforces@gmail.com. Shellforces@gmail. Something just clicked. Hold on a second. Somebody run over and get Lisa K. Is she you get what I'm trying to put together here, right?
Yeah, what's up? What do you,
Well, the first person we made arrest was he was actually on the wanted list for one of the I think he was like 9th on the wanted FBI list. That was one of the
all
first.
right. So people are challenging you on what you did for your bounty hunting. Is that what's going on?
No. I'm thinking. Okay, so his last name it was Rico Ruiz.
Okay.
Now there's there's a Lisa K Ruiz here, and I'm wondering.
Oh, you're trying
like,
to see if the two are related.
Yeah, exactly, because she's the one that gives me hell over my brother and stuff.
What's going on with that?
It's starting to make fucking sense. Hold on a second. That's wild. Wow. Why did she use the name Ruiz though? I ain't worried about her last name, what it is. What is it? I've heard the name. I've heard that before. Why does she use Ruiz for? That just puzzles the shit. See, I just started thinking about that when I was talking to you. You know, you're talking about how did you get started, what happened. It kind of
Right.
just brought back stuff like Rico Ruiz was in Alabama, Tyson's Chicken. He was wanted. That was one of the biggest rewards too that I ever had. She got married into that last name you're talking about, maybe. Hold on a second. Rico
Okay.
Ruiz. This is back in 99. No, wait a minute. 99, 2000. God almighty. Dun, 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 dun. Something's there. Something. Anyways, that's just something I can look into.
Okay.
Did you drive did you all have patrol cars?
Oh yeah. We always carried those, and those were handed out. We would do reports on computer, CAD, whatever. That's computer aided dispatch. But I would always give case cards out to whoever for whatever. If we were involved in a call, anybody requests them, we write that information down on the card and hand it to them. I could send you a picture of even what it looks like. I've still got two of them left.
Okay, Lisa K's in the chat. Lisa K, you're up. You're up right now. You're on panel, Lisa K. Hold on a minute. You may be muted.
Well, how you doing, Lisa K?
Hold on a second. She dropped down.
Oh, okay.
Lisa K, you can come back up. So, okay, so you was you was trained. You had to be trained by weapons and all that too as well. You had to go through the range. You had to do your 8 hours. Or what was it? 4 hours and 4 hours out, 4 hours in. Correct?
Well, yeah. Our firearms training is 20 hours in Illinois.
Okay, so that yeah, because you got to have 2 different cards or something, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. See, it's different from where I'm at.
Yeah, every state's different. Requirements are similar. You
guys got to have a blue card, don't you?
There is that. I think it's more in the security area, but they have like a tan card and all that stuff.
Yeah, I know they're different colors. I know that. I know somebody
blue card, tan card.
Yes, exactly.
But so like for example, like if you wanted to go from Illinois, even doing armed security, there's still going to be some different hours of training you'd have to meet with different states to learn different, like, obvious statutes of what you can do with firearms and cannot do. So, like, for example, some of the southern states, or like even in DC, they consider armed security like special police. You've heard that terminology. So they have like certain arrest powers that, like in Illinois, you would not get.
Anytime you're sworn in, you're a peace officer.
Yeah, I'm talking about like the armed security officer.
Oh yeah, that's PPS, private protection security, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yes,
in that area. But some states give those armed private officers a law enforcement arrest abilities.
You have
And
a lot.
so
You have chapter. Was it chapter 13 or chapter 14? Right.
something like that. But
Yes.
yeah. So where I'm driving at is like, you know, from law enforcement to even like armored carrier or if you're doing ATM tech, what work? Those people are armed. If you are, you know, like a diamond runner, what do you call them? Yeah, diamond runs, like running cash
Diamond
bags.
run. You're right. Exactly right. You're
You,
talking about like Brink security stuff like
you
that.
got it. If you're armed
Yep.
security somewhere, if you are law enforcement, anything, all those, it doesn't, whatever state you go to, you're going to have to do additional contact training hours because you have to learn all the statutes that apply to you and what you're, you know, all that aside recertifying and range
I
and all
think it's
that.
called HTKAK or some kind of training like that. It's
Mhm.
it's got a lot to do with hands-on. You got to do a lot of hands-on training. There's special weapons training you have to have. You got to be certified with firearms. You got to be certified with rifle. There's whatever your department uses. Whatever department uses, you have to be certified with. I
all
know
of it
that.
all over again. And
Exactly.
so,
Exactly.
and that makes perfect sense. It's keeping people in check and you know what the hell you're doing and able to do and not do within your limitations or abilities, powers. But like, so, you know, and all of that. There was even something, a federal statute that we were required to enforce called Title IX at a university. You know what that is?
Yes, I do.
So we had to go through like a bunch of contact, 40 hours of contact training with that, which you would never see a city cop or a county sheriff learning that. That's specific to colleges, campuses, things like that. But protected classes, people.
It's specific to who you deal with and what you're dealing with and what you're working with. Exactly.
Yep, you got it. So it's you and I both know to do that kind of work. You have to have a lot of patience, and it's not a go out there, kick ass, and take names kind of job. You know,
right? If you're intending on kicking the door down, it's not for you.
It's absolutely not for you. So you're dealing with people that a lot of them is their first time away from home at a distance and independent, and they can be very rebellious. And when I got hired on there, it was like shortly after the George Floyd stuff had just gone down. So the tension was already high as it was with relations.
Right.
But we were still there to support the mission of what we were doing. And we were small. I don't know how many officers you had where you were on. We had like 11, I think.
Our
like
post was our post at college. It was Pellissippi State College, so it was a state police that we was trained with and we worked with. So they're the ones who pretty much ran the college there. And there was 1, 2, 3, 4. There was about 8 or 9 of them. And when we come in with the recruits, there was about 7 of us. So it was about 15 or 16.
All right, so you were about the same as us. I would say we were like 13 when you add it all in there, and that's not including.
Yeah, it is probably around that area. Yeah, around that.
Fair enough. And we had student workers that would do certain tasks like escorts, patrolling.
Now, the only difference between us and the state police, was our arresting powers. After we got off campus, our powers were gone.
Oh, okay. So with us,
so many feet. Well, actually, I'll tell you what, because it's so close to the line, pretty much. So here's the thing: after you get off campus, you allowed. How did they do that? It's like 2,000 feet, 2,000 or 3,000 feet.
That's within So the surrounding streets, you would technically have that jurisdiction that interconnects.
Exactly.
Correct. A lot of people don't realize that, and so their assumption is when the edge of that property is over, then you can't do anything, and that's not true.
Our vehicles we drove did not say security; it said police.
Yeah, ours did too. We were police and public.
But we had security vehicles, but we didn't drive security vehicles. We drove police vehicles.
Yeah, ours had red and blue lights and sirens and all that shit.
We had that. We had all that. We had the whole bells and whistles. We had all that.
Yeah, it's university law enforcement. So, whatever capacity you're serving it with doing, like airports, they can have police too. Like in Illinois, they don't allow like public schools to have their own like police departments, but they can hire the local, the county sheriffs or the state police to come in there. Sure, truancy officers are peace officers in Illinois. However, and if they go through firearms training, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they can be armed and all that. Sure, but in Illinois,
one thing I didn't like what they call them. The abbreviation is actually RSO. It's registered state officer or something like that for them, or security officer. And they're actually police. I was like, I never used that name because RSO in their field is
right.
Yeah. So, but I was like, wait a minute, or registered training. I was like, they're RTO. There's different names for them. But one of the places I worked in North Carolina. When I worked in North Carolina, it was a school system, and they actually used RSO first. But it's just abbreviation, of course. And I was
we were in Illinois. It's called PSOs, public safety officers, and all that. It's the same thing.
G4S used public safety officers. I've done that too. My badge actually said public safety officer in G4S.
Mine did too, but it just had the university's name on it at where I worked at. And of course my number 2. But
let me see if I pull it. Let me see if I pull this up. I'll show you. Go ahead, keep going. I'm gonna pull this up.
By all means. So, but yeah, it's just that universities in Illinois, if they're nonprofit, private, or if they're public, like state or community colleges, they're allowed to have their own internal police departments if they, go through all the hoops. Sure, they can. Abso-freaking-lutely. They also have the option of doing armed security or a mixture of both unarmed and armed. They can do that too. They have to meet Title IX requirements at the federal level, as you know, having done that. But it's because the problem is people don't generally encounter or deal with people like us, so they're not accustomed to. They don't really grasp the concept, generally speaking, that you can run into a college campus that has law enforcement people on there, and they do across the whole country. They do, and airports. Housing authorities, park district. It goes on and on. The list goes on and on and on of different levels of law enforcement that exist in America as we know it. So, unless you go venture into those kind of places, you're generally not going to be dealing with a lot of those people. Those types that are doing law enforcement roles. But they're just not local or county or like state. They're their own law enforcement for their own what you call like a sub-government entity, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where the realm where I fit in, and people on here, generally speaking, either they're trolling me over it or they just simply don't understand it. And they're not they're either willing to listen to it about it or they're just simply not. So it is what it is. I don't stress out over it, but I know what I've done. I was on the county sheriff's hazmat team, which did Mavis calls prior to that as a volunteer. And so we were considered special deputies doing that. And we had badges and we had credentials. We didn't carry guns. We didn't go out and make arrests, but we had red and blue lights on our trucks. The actual county hazmat trucks, we had blue lights like volunteer firefighters in Illinois carry to go from point A to point B to a call. And we had that ability. So we were run by a county sheriff. And I did that for like 4 years in emergency services and hazmat response stuff. A lot of the stuff's on my channel and videos or tabs. And I've more than proven this stuff. But, people are just going to do what they're going to do and believe or not believe what they're going to believe. But as a general rule, most of these people that don't want to believe it, they're just not qualified to make that determination because they've never done it. They don't know. They don't understand it. They don't want to believe it.
This
they
right here,
credit it. Anyway,
this right
welcome
here,
back.
this right, hey brother, this right here was G4S. This is a custom protection officer right here. You can see it on
Okay.
the sleeve there.
Yeah, I know a guy who did that. I do.
This right here was patrol for G4S. This was what was I telling you about? Patrol officer. This is my badge actually on his shirt says that. It's right here. You can see the badge there. If you zoom it in, it says safety officer, patrol officer, or something like that on there.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of this stuff here. Okay, so this one here, you can see the patch really, really good. G4S custom protection officer, but this right here, look,
I know exactly what that
we're
is.
armed here. I mean, we're armed. We're
Yes,
certified.
they are.
Here,
You
right
guys would
here.
be armed. You have yes.
You can see the magazines. We've got two sets of magazines. We've got one in the weapon. The weapon's loaded. The weapon's ready to fire. On the other side, I've got a phaser hooked to it. That's before we had to do the cross draw. Remember that?
Okay.
Before the cross draw came in hand.
Right.
So that was before all that. So
Yeah. No, I know exactly what that is. I know a guy who got into that, exactly what you were doing there for customs. And what he was doing is he would go to a rail yard, and his job was to inspect foreign rail cars, trains that were coming through. And he was doing, I don't know exactly what you were doing with it, but that's what this guy was mostly doing. And he was working through something like that, like G4S for U.S. Customs and all that too.
Well, I had to be certified. I had to have the 40 hours health training because it was a hospital. It was CHI.
Okay.
And I worked there, but then I would work as a bank protection officer with G4S.
Yeah.
I would work that as well. And then, like, whenever they do their money roundups to 4 or 5 million, whenever they bring it in, we would be security for the bank protection officer. We'd turn into CPOs, which is custom protection, because you could be watching anything. You'd be watching money. You could be watching material. You could be watching whatever. And right here, I work for Bose. This is Bose. This is their outfit.
I know them well. Yeah, they make some fine
stereos, exactly,
and everything else.
Yes, speakers, exactly.
Very expensive too.
And then this right here was Fusion Recovery. As you can see, the North Carolina badge is different from everything you can see on Chad's vest over there. You can see his badge. But they have different everything's different. Everything's different. Just depends on what you do. This is Deep Six Fusion Recovery Academy. This is Recovery Academy School. You can see the badges. You can see that. You can see these are actually law enforcement training right here. This is actually our academy we went through. These are actually law enforcement officials behind us, and the ones that's got the brown shirts on are the ones that's in the academy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you, dude.
The other guys are undercover guys. We had a guy from we had a guy from ATF. We had a guy, and one of them was from the FBI. I mean, it's just you have all these different people here.
What I do know, Ernie Netrov, is what a lot of people also do not understand is armed private, whether they're internally directly for the federal agency. I know this. I've dealt with this to some middle point. Didn't do it, but armed private or contract officers for the federal government, they are considered federal law enforcement officers while they're in the course of their duty.
Exactly.
So you are, when you're doing any kind of armed protection work of any kind for the federal government, whilst you're on duty, you are a federal law enforcement officer while you're doing your job.
Well,
You are.
when I did the stuff for Trump Towers, I had to have a security clearance.
Sure, you did. Yeah, that's
I had
presidential.
to have a security
involvement.
clearance. I had I forget what is it called, a MAME card or something. I can't remember. It's a MAME card or something like that. But I had a security clearance. I could go certain areas that other people could not go. I had to be trusted with certain information, a lot about the family.
It's called, right?
I learned all the exits. I learned all the exits, the secret entrances, the secret outs, the stuff that a lot of people wouldn't even believe. That's not even on the internet. That's not even about. It's not even hardly in the blueprints of the building. You learn that.
Yeah, federal. I've never done anything. I worked at a job that was federally regulated in aviation, but I've never done anything like it wasn't. It was a civil service. You know, working at the local. Like I was working for an airport authority is what I was doing, and I was not doing armed work. I was civil service. So, but we were federally regulated. We had to go through different levels of like access clearances. There was like the SIDA, there was the AOA, Air Operations Area, there was the FIS, the Federal Inspection Station, which is Customs and Border Patrol controlled, that kind of stuff. So I understand everything. I'm the kind of guy who can sit here and listen to all of what you're telling me, and I understand everything you're telling me. That's why I'm not challenging you on it. I understand it, what you're telling me. Your background and everything you're telling me, I fully understand it. I know people who've done it. I've been around it. I've either been involved in it in some way, shape, or form, or whatever. So, you know what I mean? But a lot of people out here have not, and they don't understand this stuff.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, a lot of people, they don't understand because they've never been around it. They've never done it. They don't know anyone who's done it. They've never had any dealings with it. And they're questioning or challenging it because they don't fully grasp it. It's not fully their fault, but you got to be willing to listen a little bit.
That's the best way to say it. That's the best way to say it on that.
Yeah, and the other guy you were talking to got down and deep, and I have no doubt that guy he was like an Air Force veteran, and God thank him for his service.
Now the guy who trained me and who I got all my weapons certifications through, he was also an Air Force veteran, and he was badass when it come to weapons. Larry, his name's Larry.
Okay.
Damn it, I've got it. I've got his information and everything. I've got it on my test scores.
Cool.
I've got all my test scores still where I scored and everything. Yeah, but he really made it to where it was like, wow.
Right.
You know, of course they come in. Okay, so what you're saying here is Logan Sandman, he actually brought this out, showing where I did have a private investigation license, where it was a temporary license, because they was waiting for me to take the test. Of course, in Kentucky, I had to work up under another company, and I was pretty much like an apprentice.
Okay, I can relate to that in that I spent 4 years working part-time under a private investigator's license. So I get all that too. It's just in a different state.
Right.
But
correct.
So I understand working underneath a private investigator, or as yourself going through the exam process to become a PI yourself. Sure.
Exactly. Well, the state of Tennessee, you know, even so here's what people run into. You run into application fees. Some of them's 100, some of them's 150. Freaking like at the time I was doing it, Tennessee was like $1,100, bro. And you know, your company, after you get so many hours, if they think you're well worth it, they'll put the money into you to send you to school, send you to, you know, get your test, get your, you know, but they'll pay for all that. They'll pay for all that. I mean, you make real good money. I mean, hell, you can make.
It can be rewarding, yeah. If you're very good at it, especially, yes.
Even back then, man, I was making, you know, $25 to $28, $32 an hour sometimes. It just depends on what the case was.
Mm-hmm.
And we work mostly like workers' compensation.
You know what? I knew you were going to say that, Ernie. The blunt of PI work is mostly just what you stated. It is investigating workman's comp claims, people cheating the system,
Oh, yeah.
surveillance. It is a lot of that mundane stuff. It's not so much like people think it is in the movies, like 007 James Bond stuff work. So
No,
It isn't.
not nowhere near that. But
No,
I've
no,
got
no, no.
videos. I got videos of this stuff. Like, let me show you. I'll show you some stuff.
yeah, the
So-
PIs I know were involved in process serving for the courts, due process. They were serving subpoenas. They were doing surveillance for people that were claiming workman's comp claims for both government to private, entities. They were doing all kinds of things like that. It's just like I say, the difference in Illinois is you won't find a PI firm involved in fugitive recovery because it's just the state law prohibits it. That's all. They reserve it for law enforcement only, basically. They don't allow it to be contracted out or anything. Illinois got rid of its bond. The entire bonding system is gone in Illinois now. So posting bond and whatever, all that, it's gone. So they entirely got exnated. But even prior to that, yeah. But that's one state versus 49 others in U.S. territories. See. Anyway.
Yeah, can you hear me?
No, I didn't get any audio out of you. You're probably like, why is this guy talking while I'm talking? No, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No, okay. I'm trying to look up some videos right now. I'm gonna show y'all some stuff.
All right. Well, I got to split here in a minute, but I want to get on here and just kind of touch base with you on some of your, like, our backgrounds that are, a lot of it's very similar, but different because we're regulated differently from different states. I want everyone out here to understand that law enforcement is not the same across the whole country as far as the training requirements.
Mhm.
The states regulate that. There is something called, what is it called? CALEA certification. You're familiar with that? CALEA. That's a national certification program. That would be universal. However, the law enforcement, just like firefighting, just like private investigating, just like private security, and it just goes on and on. Locksmithing, all these professions are regulated differently across the country. The training is widely similar. Some law enforcement are lucky enough to go to the FBI's National Academy, and that's an honor to do that.
Right.
But as far as law enforcement goes, from your state to the one I was in, those requirements are going to be different and widely in a lot of areas with laws, with like the vehicle codes, with everything. But the interesting thing about university campus law enforcement is across the country, it pretty much is the same.
Mhm.
It's just regulated in the different states, but
Well,
it's unique. You know what I mean?
Check this out. Check this
Yeah,
out.
go ahead.
Okay, so you've seen these covert vehicles in private investigation, right?
Oh yes. Many
Check
times.
this out. Check this out.
This is what is called a covert vehicle. Now, covert vehicles come equipped with cameras. You have your, check this out. This is what we use to spy.
Okay. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna give you that.
What? Hey, what we doing? Hey, check this out. We was out there in Texas. We was out down toward the border down there in Texas, and I'm telling you, man, we had this guy who's bringing in a bunch of legals and stuff, and we thought he was involved in human trafficking, and of course, anytime you're tracking, the thin line between border crossing and human trafficking, of course, correct?
Of course, right. Drug trafficking also.
Yeah, exactly. But our focus was child trafficking.
Yeah.
What they would do is they would pay. They pay all this money to send their children, and these other they send them in different routes. And what happens is they don't know who they're giving their kids to. So sometimes these people that you think that you can trust, well, obviously you can't.
Mm-hmm.
And what they was actually doing is selling their children into child trafficking. And we had to observe a lot of that, a whole hell of a lot of that. Well, anyways, those cameras, they'll zoom in on like 5 football fields.
Sure.
It don't matter where you, I mean, you
They
got some of the best technology ever.
You do. You get infrared and shit. We used to get, as a university agency, we would get these quarterly intel like packets. They were well
I know
put
what you're talking
together.
about. I know what you're talking about, and have like things to look for, things coming in, things new,
Yeah.
all that shit.
And known drug and human trafficking routes on interstate across the country. And that came from the El Paso Fusion Center in Texas.
Wow.
And we would get those memos. We would get that stuff. It didn't really, none of it really pertained to us per se. We're small liberal arts, law, police, public safety. But
Right.
we were still given, access to that kind of stuff. It would come to our email inboxes, and we could see everything, like the routes and everything, the different groups that were out there doing it, gangs, known smuggling. It was really interesting to read that stuff. It's all federal stuff, but it's pretty cool to, well, that's interesting. I know what's up. I've got some limited privilege information that's just not generally known by the general public at my fingertips here, and what's going on with the feds and stuff you're talking about, human and drug trafficking.
Right, exactly.
Across the border and stuff. They would show. They've gotten so elaborate. They will like deck out a car, an SUV, to make it look like a U.S. Customs or Mexico Customs Border Patrol vehicle, and it's really a dummy. And they're human trafficking. They're smuggling people in those things and drugs. It's like, dang,
that's wild, man. That's wild.
That's getting really extreme, and it's like, so those jobs. I mean, they're very dangerous. I highly respect anyone who's involved in any of that kind of stuff. Especially, it's somewhat. You've heard of like tribal police, like Indian reservation police?
Indian reservations. Yes,
those people have a tough job, and they have to cover so many square miles by themselves, and they're relying on backup, which could be 30 plus miles away.
Before Trump, here's the thing: before Trump got in, Border Patrol agents had to cover so many, much of a distance by themselves too, until they doubled. Yeah, exactly.
So I know somebody retired as a border supervisor for CBP, and interesting, with this guy's stories and his career.
Bro, I've got videos that nobody's ever. Let me show you some of this stuff. I got videos nobody's ever seen, man. Let me show you some of this stuff. This is like from, I can't really tell you, but let me just show you some of this stuff. You'll get my. Hold on one second.
Right,
let me get to the right thing here. Let me see if I can find it here.
Well, don't you think you're not supposed to get in trouble for there, guy? But
I'm not. Let me see if I can find it here. I think it's over here somewhere. Like right here, these right here is right up next to the border. These are kids, women. I mean, let me
this
see.
Is what here. They do. Yeah, unfortunately.
Let me put it up here.
It's a cash cow to smuggle people. I know. Yeah.
So, right next to the border, I got a couple clips of it. These are actually from an agent a real good friend of mine. We was down there and he was taking videos and stuff. I just wanted to give you an idea of it. I got more videos. I can't really put them out there right just yet. But you can see, there's no sound, but you can see. Look, you can see the wall. You can see how it is. You can see stuff. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can find the rest of them. Let me see if I can find the good stuff. When you're doing this stuff, it's kind of
yeah.
I know I got it here. Let me see. That's not it yet. Here we go. That's not it yet. Plus, I don't want to get too much involved anyways, but let's see. I don't want to get back in this. Let me run it down. God, this is back in, 21, 22, 23. Well, 22 mostly. God Almighty. I need to clean some of this stuff out. Okay, you still there? Hey, brother. You can unmute. Let's see, video clip here.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, man. I was into something.
You're good, man. You're good. I'm just sitting here. I'm trying to find all the audio. Man, I got things I can show. Let me see what I can show here. I got some. See. Thank you. I do appreciate you coming up, man. I don't see why people say that what they say about you and saying, no, you didn't do this and that, because you pretty much just repeated code to me, like what we both doing. A lot of the way we was talking, your average person ain't gonna be able to talk like that. You're not gonna be able to say certain frequent. You're not gonna be able to do certain things. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta unmute. I think you're muted. Okay, so I can't unmute the guest
I'm
because
still with you, man.
no, I'm good. I'm good. Did you hear what I said?
Well, no, I read you. So
Yeah, okay.
you're kind of hitting a nail on what I was talking about earlier. Unless you've been involved in these, I don't want to sound like I'm like rehashing this over again, but it's hard to relate to people that have absolutely minimal to zilch, zero nada background in doing anything like we've been discussing.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're not going to know the code. You don't know the lingo. You ain't going to know it. You ain't know what we're talking about.
You're not going to know the mission. Well, why, what we're doing, what our job is, our purpose. No.
Yeah, I mean, you can go understand signal 7, signal 8, stuff like that.
I do.
10 codes. You're not going to really understand it until you study it up and you actually do it with experience. And that's why a lot of these other people don't understand that. You can sit here and sit there and talk to them, and you say P38. You go, I got public profile somebody or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You can say that in terms of what we would say code, and none of them would even understand it. So it'd be like, where am I at? And they do that for people who don't understand. So everybody don't know everything that comes across the radio.
True that, and there's a lot of business done off the radio on, either just direct line or it is done on your CAD, your computer, things like that. But like I say, you shouldn't have to, like, if you explain yourself once to people on what exactly it is, it's in your history. I'll give the other guy credit. You were talking to, we were talking about, he did explain to everyone in great detail what his background is. But the only thing that I got,
well, yeah, I mean,
he did.
It's like you go in and you say you're a profiler. You know what a profiler does? A profiler is someone that's always moves ahead of somebody. I mean, literally, they know exactly what they're looking for. They know what this person is going to do. They know this person because, of course, they study this person. And there's different types.
There is, and they use pattern recognition to figure this stuff out.
Exactly, 100,000%.
Just like you guys have been involved in bounty hunting would do.
Oh yeah, in 98, when I turned 18, pretty much. Of course, I didn't have much experience because I left school from that. I left school. I got my GED from the National Guard in 98, and I kind of started in with that, and then of course, you before you go to basic and everything, you go to 3 or 4 months. You got this little training thing that you're doing. You're going out to Fort Artemis, different forts around, the Kentucky area. And then, of course, September 3rd. Let's see, what was it? September 3rd. September 14th. I want to say September 14th is when I left in. So, everybody wants to say, oh, you didn't go to basic training. You didn't do this. I did go to basic training.
Oh, you did? And okay. I've not really been following much of that with you, but
they
That
hit
was
me
the
up on
debate
that.
you were having with the other gentleman about your whatever your military is or is not, whatever.
PCT, AIT, they hit me up on that so much, man. And I'm like, okay, so I give up. I let them go ahead and do what they want to do. I've got something for them coming. I just got to get a little bit put up. So that's what I'm working on right now. I've already talked to a lawyer about it. I'm going to hit these guys so fucking hard. It ain't even funny. If they think they're going to get away with it, I'm going to hit them so hard.
You did show a copy of something with your DL that had veteran status on it. I saw that when you were talking to the other guy.
I don't even have to ask for it. Look, when I go in to get my license now, when I go in to get my license, I'll show it to you. I've got a copy of it right here. I'll show it to you. This is a temporary. This is a
you can always email it if you want. I give you my email, but open the prayer chat. But
it's all right. This is my temporary license right here.
That's what you showed that other gentleman.
Yes, it's a temporary license. This is what they give. They send your actual license in the mail. I'll be getting them any day. I'll be getting them any day in the mail. So
okay, yeah, it takes this. It's like a real Illinois. All states are doing it like this now.
And I never, they shut down a lot of license agencies. Like in the big towns, they left them up there. But it's crazy because it's like, wait a minute. And then I'm looking at it as soon as I get it done, as soon as I get it printed out. Of course, I had to do a change of address. That was one thing. I had to have a change of address. Once I've done a change of address and done all that, when I come back on it, when they printed this out, they said, this is your certification right here. It shows you there's a temporary driver's license. It's a 30-day temporary driver's license. I looked on it. It said veteran on it. I'm like, well, okay. So, that's the way they're doing this. So as soon as I gave out my number, as soon as I gave out my ID, or my because I didn't have an ID, I mean a driver's license, and I was like, yeah, I had to get it all new. I had to have a special paper printed out showing who I was. I had to have it showing where my address. I had to have 2 forms of. I had to have my cell phone bill or something like that. What?
That's real ID. No, that
yeah. Well, the real ID, the real ID is like a lot more money. You can get like in Kentucky, you can get a 4, 8, and a real ID. I got the 4 years. I don't,
Illinois was
4
different,
years,
but similar in that regard.
Yes.
But I actually had added to my state ID. But like what I know about military is very limited. But I know that like the VA determines who's a vet and who is not. It's not us people on YouTube. So, and the other guy you were talking to obviously was an experienced veteran, and that's not even. I don't even want to get into that argument because
1,000%, 1,000% on that. But I've got certain privileges I can do at the VA too. Like I can get things at the VA. I've just now started understanding that. Like right now, they want me to do the CSI program. And I don't know if you understand about that, what the CSI program is, but I'm eligible for about $1,500 extra a month that I don't have right now, obviously. And it's got a lot to do with with what I've been through and everything. And I never ever heard of that until I started getting involved in Kentucky. And Kentucky's got a program called the CSI program, and they want me to go to it. They want me to do it. So I'm going to do that. That's one thing I'm going to do. That's going to help me out. That's going to help build my show. That's going to help build me. It's going to help build me things I need. That extra $1,500 a month plus me working. Think about it.
Well, it sounds. Yeah, I don't. I know, like I said, my knowledge of military is very limited at best. But I was watching you and him talking about a lot of that different stuff. But I was gonna say so. Yeah, but it's just my whole issue with the kind of the debate you guys were getting into and what you have or haven't done, what's in your background, and et cetera, your working life. Was my only I guess like concern that I would have had with him, even though he was obviously very knowledgeable and experienced with his background, what he's done, is you can't compare anything that's federal, which includes military. I mean, that's different for military than is like federal law enforcement.
Let me take the words out of your mouth. He's old-fashioned. He's old-fashioned.
He's old-fashioned. I would agree with that, but I would also say that
he's not up to date. He's not up to date on new laws. He's not up to date on new laws and the way things work now. Because there was a few things he was like,
I don't know, but
because he thought they was bounty hunting in Kentucky. That's one thing he said. Oh, you can. You don't have to have a lot. But the thing about it is, it's a Class D felony. It's been that way since 1977. So
Yeah.
during that time,
Well,
you know, he
yeah.
said some things from that. But go ahead and take it. Go ahead and take it.
No, you're good, and I got to get out of here in a minute or two anyway. I do appreciate the opportunity. I do, and I don't get a chance to talk to you very often. But
Well, I'll tell you what. I've got a few things I got going on. I'm going to be interviewing a bunch of celebrities here coming soon, and I would like to have, you know, different people. I want to see how people work with people. I've got a couple of females that's going to come up on panel, and they're going to help with the male celebrity guys. You know, it's probably going to make them eased out a little bit more,
Okay.
and having professional people that can actually do that. But you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to come up on panel anytime. You actually
right.
help me run a show. I like intelligent people. I like people who understand things,
I try
and
to be.
you seem to be pretty damn intelligent. And I like that.
appreciate
It's just
that.
the way you're wording. It's your wording. It's the way you do things. Of course, you know, you're professional and you know what you're talking about, and that means a lot to me, right there.
I am. I'm college bound too, but I mean, I appreciate the compliments. I get out here and just start attacking and name calling people. It doesn't get anyone anywhere.
No, it does not.
It's counterproductive, and so I guess, like I say, it's just from like like I said, the only thing I would have said from if I could have got on the panel with you and the other guy, I would have just said, well, when you guys are talking about military, that's a whole nother animal. I don't get involved in that. But when you guys are talking in comparison of federal law enforcement, as he was, and obviously experienced in, because he had retired from it, I guess, done it, whatever. You can't say I was federal law enforcement and everything you're saying doesn't make any sense because you were doing it at a state, local, county, sheriffs, whatever level compared to federal, because that is completely night and day. And federal, like you had said it, federal enforcement it's not unlimited resources per se, but they have access to a lot more shit than we would ever at local anything level. So that comparison is I'm not going to lie, is kind of tough. Now, military stuff, that's a whole nother animal, and that was you guys debating that. I wouldn't even get involved in that, but I'm just saying that I know retired federal law enforcement just like the other gentleman is, and much respect to him and thanking him for his service. Military, his law enforcement background, it's the same, but it's just that it's a tough debate unless you've been local versus federal. You can't sit there and say, well, we had access to X, Y, and Z, and you should have too. Well, that's not how that necessarily works. Our budget was pretty thin. I'm not going to lie. When I got hired on that university department, they were already in the preliminary stages of shutting it down and dismantling it. So you knew damn good and well they were not funding it like they were when they started it and when it was limping along. So you can't compare my situation to being some other type of law enforcement that had much more resources and access to stuff, gear, even like squad cars and whatever it is you were doing compared to what I was doing.
Exactly.
You can't compare that.
No, but these YouTubers, they say that what they're done, they think they know what you've done, and they don't know any damn thing.
They don't know anything about what I've done.
No, they don't know anything. They don't have a clue.
My pleasure, Tiger Mama.
They don't have a clue what they're even talking about, and that's what gets me.
A debate. I have been arguing with these people for damn near 3 years now over what I have done. And they think they know it all about everything I've done. And they simply do not. These people didn't even know, the majority of them, that colleges and universities across America could even have their own internal police forces. And they do. And they can. And you're to me, I just kind of gave up on it. I'm arguing with people that don't know anything about, they don't even know what the requirements to be an armed guard are. How can they argue with me about what I did at this other job? They can't. They try, but you can't. So to discredit me and call me a fake cop wannabe whacker and all this stuff that some of these guys do, it's like, dude, you can't even tell me the basic requirements of being an unarmed security officer are. Who the hell are you to tell me that I never did this other thing I did? Anyway, I'm kind of soapboxing here on this, but you know where I'm going with this, right? So there it is. Anyways, again, my apologies if I kind of rambled on about that tonight, but it hits a nail with me when I've done something that people have not done. And they're going to sit there and tell me you never did this. You're fake. The overword used stolen valor and yada, blah, 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 blah. Your badges that you've had and your credentials, they're all fake. But I'm like, well, I'm sorry. What qualifies you to be the arbitrator of receipts of me and what I have done? And the answer is you're not. I mean, for most people, not everyone, right? So anyways, that's where I'm at. And that's why when I'm listening to your stories about what you've done, and people just saying, well, there's no such thing as this, or you could have never done that. I'm like, well, what qualifies those people to make that assertion against you or me or anyone? Especially with, like I say, not having any experience in that field themselves, where someone like you or I may have. And I'll tell you, in my case, do. And you've done a lot of the same things I've done. Anyways, I hope that helps. I don't know if it does or not, but I just want to get on here and say that tonight. So be very, I guess I would say, everyone, be careful before don't judge a book by its cover. Be careful about who you hop on here and accuse of being fake. You may not have ever heard of something someone's done. And just because you haven't heard of it, you're not familiar with it, doesn't mean they didn't do it. And they're not legit. It's just, and talking about military stuff, what the minimal knowledge I have of that area, that can get very complex. And it's the first thing people do, at least in the communities I'm from, is they'll call someone a fake vet without vetting any information about that person before they do it. But then there's other people that over embellish stuff of what they've done, and they exist out there too. Of course they do, but it's just, you gotta do a little bit more research on people and what they've done. Even Nicolina out there even gave me credit for what I did, and that's a shot. I appreciate that. She did. Well, others did not. And then people started lashing out at her for saying, how could you sit there and say that this guy, Honest Abe, said he did this job, this role at a university campus? Because that was a very unpopular position that she took. But she knew she had worked at a university herself in a different, capacity and role. But it's much the same. She understood it. And I appreciate that. I do. Anyone who does.
I appreciate you taking over for me, man. I got knocked off.
Oh,
here.
there
I didn't
you
know what
are.
happened.
It's no
I don't know what
problem.
happened.
It's no problem at all. I'm glad to help you do it. But keep it going.
I appreciate it, man. Hey, look, it's good. Like I said, you're more than welcome to come back anytime you want to.
All right.
We have
Fair enough.
you have an action. Thank you.
My pleasure, Ernie. And I do wish you well and everyone out here. But anyway, I hope people take what I said to heart and don't believe everything you hear from everyone about everybody else. be open-minded, a little bit more. As the older we get, the more closed-minded we get. Be a little more open-minded and approach things with caution. And just, don't. You might not like someone, but doesn't mean you don't like someone. Doesn't mean they didn't do something that they said they did. So, anyways, Ernie, I appreciate you letting me up. I do, and I hope we can continue this conversation again another time.
Yeah, for sure. Man,
I honestly do.
No, we'll talk more about it. I know it's getting late, man. I've been on here 4 hours, bro.
You have. I was on a
But
different.
we get started talking about stuff, man. I'm like, wait a minute. I like this. I like this right here. This is cool. I like this. And
It does.
of course, I got a little bit of trouble talking about the human trafficking stuff, child trafficking, because I was supposed to be doing it anymore, but they
that's
did kind
fine.
of call me out on that. So
No, you're good. I get you. I read you. No problem
Okay.
at all. But I do
Well, I
appreciate it
you coming up.
again. And I think thanks for having me. And I do respect the other gentleman you talked to, but the only thing I was saying was, like he was doing a lot of comparison of his federal law enforcement prior experience versus like something at university, college, local level, like you or I did. That's the only thing that I would argue.
Exactly.
That's the only
Exactly.
thing. And bail's, I don't know the state I come from, the statutes did not allow it. So that I can't argue anything with you about anything, even if I wanted to, unless I did some more research on it. But hey, I was a fan of Dog the Bounty Hunter, but that's a TV show. It's not,
Well,
that's
I'll tell you a good one. I'll tell you a good one here next time we talk. We'll bring it up about your state and stuff, and I'll tell you some cool stuff. But
that would be good. I like that. I left you my email in the private chat too, which is public on my channel anyway, so you can reach out.
Cool. That's cool. I'll check you out, man. And here's the thing: a lot of places where you're at up there is run by mafia, anyways.
Oh, the syndicate in Chicago. Oh, the old house.
Man, I know. I mean, you have you have people like Ruggiero. You have all.
Yep.
You have those people. You probably heard that name before.
Yep.
So I mean, I know these people. I mean, it's kind of. I ain't gonna get there, but much respect, brother. Hey, thank you for coming up, man.
All right, man. All right, man. You take care. And
you also have the wolf name up there.
Yeah.
So anyways, hey, be cool, man. Hey, be safe. And, it's what it is. It's Chicago. Hey, I appreciate you, brother.
Sweet home Chicago.
Hey, so especially you get down to South Elgin, you get Rockford, you get over there.
Oh yeah. That's the areas I'm from originally.
Well, see, man, that's where I've done some business up there. But you be safe, man. You be having fun.
You too, and we'll catch you later, brother. All right.
Okay, I'll see you, brother.
All right. Peace out. Thanks for having me again. Good night.
What an interesting character. That was an interesting character. I like him. He's a good guy. I like him a lot. I don't want to give out too much because I know the other channels are streaming, and to be honest with you, I'm not into answering too many questions about Chicago, especially if it's got something to do with Chicago overcoats. Okay, guys. Now, I know I've been on here a long time, guys. I've been doing a lot of things, and I've been sitting here doing messages after messages. I've been taking text messages. I've got a few things going on. It's just fucking crazy. Oh my God. Plus, I'm choking to death right now. So, I know a lot about Chicago, a whole lot about Chicago. Lots about Chicago. But I ain't going to get into it. I'll tell you, it's maybe another story. Thank you, Honest Dave. Thank you. Everybody, if you can, Beloved, can you put his link? Can you put a link out there for him so people can subscribe to him? Yeah, can any one of the mods do that for me right fast? Okay, cool deal. You're welcome. You're welcome. So I forgot a lot of things I was doing a while ago. So I'm kind of Lisa K. What in the world? Come on now. So I'm on new medicines. I'm on some new medicines from the doctor. They put me on some breathing meds to help build. I guess it's going to help build my immune up against this cold I got. I don't know. I guess it's working. I mean, I feel 1,000% healthier anyways, but I really don't even think I need it, but I don't know. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you guys. But yes, if we could put his right there we go. Right there we go. I think that's it. Thank you. Clock 40. Okay, cool deal. Cool deal. Let's show us on stage here. I think this is it, right? Good deal. This is his link. Subscribe to his channel. Awesome. Thank you. What gets me is this guy, he's kind of been going through the same things I've been going through too as well. People want to try to discredit. People want to try to say, oh, he didn't do this, he didn't do that, which, it used to really, really bother me, people, because I was out there trying to do pretty good. I really was. When I was doing the stuff for the kids and stuff, now, when it comes to Predator Hunter Nation, that's a different story. And if you'll bear with me for a second, hold on one second. I'll tell you about it. I'm more of with Predator Hunter Nation, I got into it, and since we're being honest with everybody here now, and I'm gonna be honest with you, when a certain case came up, I could have handled it totally different. I really could have. I didn't. I let all those people go to my head. I really did. I never had ever experienced anything like that was outside my work than what I was comfortable with. And of course, when I had all those fans and all those people coming in, this and that, and this and that, I mean, it was just one right after another, right after another, right after another, and it was just crazy. It just sometimes, it blew up. It blew up so fast. Let's just say that it blew up so fast. And then when Candace showed a liking to me, I was like, I can get information. I can do this. I can do that. But the whole time I was not really thinking about what I should do. And to a point, former team members are right about me because I did do things in a way that was different from even the way I've been trained. So I kind of took a different approach to things. And to be honest with you, I mean, I had women coming up to me left and right. It was just one of those things, guys. I mean, I'm only human. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm only human, and I have women like coming from 2-3 hours away just to meet me. I had women just wanting to just talk to me, just wanting to take a ride with me, just wanting to go this, go there. I mean, I just wish to God I could go back. If I could go back to those days and I could have really focused more, because I never even studied the case at all. I mean, they say that I came the closest to getting, so and so to say something about something. But here's the thing. I never studied the case. I never had time to study the case. And when I got pushed into it and we got brought into it right in the middle of it, I got interested in it. I got way, way too interested in it. And I started bringing out things that people were like, wait a minute, like the Don Wells interview. Everybody uses that interview that I did with Don Wells. Everybody uses that interview. Dr. Phil couldn't even get but it don't matter. It don't matter now. It don't matter. It don't matter. The fact of the matter is, what I did in the past is nothing compared to what I can do in the future. And I plan on doing that. And I plan on doing it for the whole state of Kentucky. And the ways that's better in the ways I have more control, and the ways it's more of a local government, I can do this. I can do this because I know what to do. I know what to look for. I know how it works. I know how it operates. I can really put myself to this. I can do it. Am I going to say, will I be the best ever? No, I'm not. Because I don't know until I get into a position. But I know that I can beat anyone that comes up. I know that. I mean, within my heart, I know that. Because I know what I'm capable of and I know what I've done in the past. And I know that's going to come out. And I want it to. I want it to. You know, these trolls and these other people, these other YouTubers, they're like, we can't wait till we see, you know, your opponent's campaign or, you know, their commercials against you. Fuck, I love that. I want it. I want that because they're going to see that I'm a real person and that I have actually been through this shit. I have been through this. I have endured this. I have experience with this. And as soon as they hear my policies, the game will change. I promise you that. Think about it. Think about it. There are so many players in the game right now. And every single one of them, the majority of them, have their hand in the cookie jar right now. And they don't even realize it. They don't even realize. No idea. Idiots. You know, to say that I'm sad, I'm not really sad. I'm more happy. I'm happy. I'm more happy than I am sad. Let's just say that. Do I hate it that, you know, I lost a lot of followers because of lies, false allegations, fraudulent remarks? Yes, I do. But I know in the long run, within my heart, they can never beat me. They'll never win. I know that because I know where they stand and I know where they come from. But most importantly, I know where I came from. So that's right there, the whole thing right there. You see, going up against politicians, that's easy. I've done that a lot. I've done that a lot anyways. You know how many politicians, and I mean politicians, that we had to go up against with the SOCA Act, with the Save Our Children Act. You know, what you guys didn't get to see is behind the scenes. You would have got to see a lot of things happen. So people will never understand that. They'll never understand that. But they'll see soon enough. This is going to be good. This is going to get really, really good, as a matter of fact. Now, this goes again. This is a call. If you are one of Mama T's tigers, I have nothing against you. I hate that you've been lied to because that's what happened. And you know, when you was being lied to, I could defend myself because I was sick. I was on my deathbed. For me to give you all up, that needed to happen because the stress was killing me. So I know there's a few questions in the chat. And if y'all want questions, go ahead and question me, whatever you want to do. Thank you. I appreciate that, guys. You know, it does, and it means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you. Sidekick, I'm trying to see if somebody put some more chat in, it'd go up and I could actually see your question. Right now it's blocked by a referral link. But if you can, somebody hit you up with hits a message, somebody else comments, mine might be froze too. I don't even have no damn clue. Yeah, thank you. I'm just, how many careers have I had? Well, I've had, bail enforcement tied into private investigation and security, same thing, pretty much, same license agencies. It was Tennessee State of Commerce. So yeah, I mean, that's about it. I mostly stay with stuff like that. To be honest with you, somebody put me out here in a normal job of doing something, I'm probably not going to be no good at it. But give me a, you know, I about said something. Give me a weapon, give me something like that, and I can show you security unleashed. But you know, again, I got to be careful with what I do these days, and I am, and I have been. What's the odds that nothing is ever your fault? I don't say that they're not my fault. A lot of things are my fault. Sidekick, a lot of things are my fault. And I take full responsibility of the ones that are my fault. But did I do everything they said I've done like that? That's been bad? No, I have not. And never will. That ain't me. Thank you. So when you have questions like that, I'll answer your questions, and I'm not being smart ass or nothing, but you know, I think it was a ruse against me. I think it was set up in the first place against me, and it is what it is. Now, if you all want to ask me questions, ask me questions. Any questions at all? Well, guys, we've been on here for almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. Ugh, I'm telling you, it's crazy, ain't it? I appreciate you guys. Thank you all for coming in. What is that word we always say? And I know we didn't get to say it the last couple of days. Or what was it last couple of lives? So we, the people, will protect the children at all costs. Have fun, guys. Be safe. Again, if you want to donate, donate. If you don't, don't. Thank you. I appreciate it. I was very jealous of the attention you were getting. So they started calling the police. Okay, so yes, they was. They was very, very jealous. But they'll never beat me. They'll never have my content. They'll never be able to know anything about what even content even is in this sector. Seriously. I appreciate y'all. Thank you guys. And I guess we can go out of here on a good note. I kind of want a good note. So if anybody's got any ideas how they want to go out, I do want it to be a professional deal. I want you all to be professional. I want everything to be, you know, the way it needs to be. Thank you. Again, I don't know even what we could talk about tomorrow. I've got so much work to do tomorrow. I don't even know if I'm going to be online tomorrow. If I am online, but let's just not say that. Let's just say, I may have a few people who want to run this channel, who wants to help with this channel too as well. Which I'm telling you, thank you. I appreciate that, Arthur. You said it. You said it. Well, guys, I want to get off here. We're heading up on 4 hours and 30 minutes. I love you all. Thank you guys. And I'm very, very happy for myself. I really am. I'm happy for myself. But most importantly, what people don't understand is, thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate you guys. I'm sitting here about to fall asleep. You guys have fun. Again, I'll see you here in a few days or tomorrow, maybe do a short live tomorrow. I don't know exactly what I've got going on, but I do thank you. Saying our recent chats here. Okay, I'm gonna get off here, guys. My meds are kicking in. I just took some meds here a while ago, so they're starting to kick in. It's probably gonna knock me the hell out till about 4 or 5:30, probably. I don't know. But much respect. God bless you all. Thank you all for finding the good. Right. Be safe, guys.
Through the tunnels he strides with a glint in his eye. Crocodile hat under the bloody sky. Rattlesnake boots crush the predator's trail. Earth trails on the prowl, his mission won't fail. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the giant predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When shells on your tail, you better repent. Cypher stood bold, a shadow with schemes. But Shell's silent fury ripped apart his spleen. With strength of a super soldier, eyes firing steel, he left in for dead, broke the villain's last seal. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger werewolf blood at the core. He's the giant predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When shells on your tail, you better repent. Under moonlight's glow, his eyes burn bright. Savage like a werewolf, his justice ignites. No chains can bind him, no trap can deceive. The lightning tiger's roar makes predators grieve. From the swamps to the mountains, through shadow and dust, his claws grip the wicked, his blade earns a trust. He's more than a man, a legend untamed. Predators beware, earn shells the name. Angel who failed, his last ship has sailed. Now you will see the truth, and it's not Tina's tooth. Shell will get them with his own. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the child predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When shells on your tail, you better repent. You better repent. You better repent. Through the tunnels he strides with a glint in his eye. Crocodile hat under the bloody sky. Rattlesnake boots crush the predator's trail. British sails on the prowl, his mission won't fail. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the giant predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When shells on your tail, you better repent. Cypher stood bold, a shadow with schemes. But Shell's silent fury ripped apart his spleen. With strength of a super soldier, eyes firing steel, he left in for dead, broke the villain's last seal. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the giant predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When shells on your tail, you better repent. Under moonlight's glow, his eyes burn bright. Savage like a werewolf, His justice ignites. No chains can bind him. No trap can deceive. The lightning tiger's roar makes predators grieve. From the swamps to the mountains, through shadow and dust, his claws grip the wicked, his blade earns a trust. He's more than a man, a legend untamed. Predators beware, earth shells the name. Angel who failed, his last ship has sailed. Now you will see the truth, and it's not Tina's tooth. Shell will get them with his own. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the child of predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When shells on your tail, you better repent. You better repent. You better repent. Through the tunnels he strides with the glint in his eye. Crocodile hat under the bloody sky. Rattlesnake boots crush the predator's trail. Earnest snails on the prowl, his mission won't fail. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the giant predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When shells on your tail, you better repent. Cypher stood bold, a shadow with schemes. But Shell's silent fury ripped apart his spleen. With strength of a super soldier, eyes firing steel. He left in for dead, broke the villain's last seal. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the giant predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When shells on your tail, you better repent. Under moonlight's glow, his eyes burn bright. Savage like a werewolf, his justice ignites. No chains can bind him, no trap can deceive. The lightning tiger's roar makes predators grieve. From the swamps to the mountains, through shadow and dust, his claws grip the wicked, his blade earns a trust. He's more than a man, a legend untamed. Predators beware, Shell's the name. Angel who failed, his last ship has sailed. Now you will see the truth, and it's not Tina's tooth. Shell will get them with his own. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the child of predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When Shell's on your tail, you better repent. You better repent. You better repent. Through the tunnels he strides with the glint in his eye. Crocodile hat under the bloody sky. Rattlesnake boots crush the predator's trail. Earth sails on the prowl, his mission won't fail. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the child predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When Shell's on your tail, you better repent. Cypher stood bold, a shadow with schemes. But Shell's silent fury ripped apart his spleen. With strength of a super soldier, eyes firing steel. He left in for dead, broke the villain's last seal. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the giant predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When Shell's on your tail, you better repent. Under moonlight's glow, his eyes burn bright. Savage like a werewolf, his justice ignites. No chains can bind him, no trap can deceive. The lightning tiger's roar makes predators grieve. From the swamps to the mountains, through shadow and dust, his claws grip the wicked, his blade earns the trust. He's more than a man, a legend untamed. Predators beware, Shell's the name. Angel who failed, his last ship has sailed. Now you will see the truth, and it's not Tina's tooth. Shell will get them with his own. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at shells on your tail, you better repent. You better repent. You better repent. Through the tunnels he strides with a glint in his eye. Crocodile hat under the bloody sky. Rattlesnake boots crush the predator's trail. Bird trails on the prowl, his mission won't fail. He's the lightning tiger. He storms in for war. Tiger strength in his heart. Werewolf blood at the core. He's the giant predator hunter with the purpose unbent. When shells on your tail, you better repent. Cypher stood bold, a shadow with schemes. But Shell's silent fury ripped apart his spleen.